guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump has been found guilty in his criminal trial involving hush money. A New York jury recently delivered its verdict. Pending the jury's decision, he may potentially serve up to 4 years in prison. The charges stem from allegations of tampering with records prior to the 2016 election aimed at concealing payments made to adult film actress Stormy Daniels. Texas is grappling with severe storm aftermath as nearly 200,000 people remain without power following this week's onslaught. The outages, anticipated to persist for multiple days, are a consequence of widespread damage caused by strong winds. The area continues to face threats of hail, relentless winds, and flash floods. A surge of international arrivals at the California-Mexico border is putting pressure on already stretched federal resources, according to former acting ICE Director Tom Homan, who says it's affecting morale.
They're not doing what they were trained to do, and they're not securing the border. And Border Patrol now is offering big signing bonuses, and they still can't hire what they need to hire.
In the San Diego sector alone, Border Patrol has apprehended over 30,000 individuals from China this fiscal year, marking a staggering increase of nearly 9,000%. Lawmakers have expressed concerns about potential espionage by the Chinese Communist Party. House Republicans have requested access to Anthony Fauci's private emails and cell phone records. Congressman Brad Wenstrup made the request for the subcommittee investigating COVID-19's origins. The panel seeks communications about the Wuhan Institute of Virology and the pandemic's origins, citing new evidence that Fauci may have used personal accounts for official government business. Boeing is informing the FAA of its strategy for enhancing operations in response to a series of mechanical issues that commenced when a door plug blew out of an aircraft over Portland. The FAA has given Boeing a 90-day time frame to formulate its plan. This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, You can, because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
An American Airlines flight bound for Boston from Washington, D.C.'s Reagan National Airport had to abruptly halt its takeoff to avert a potential runway collision. The FAA reported that an air traffic controller revoked the takeoff clearance due to another aircraft being authorized to land on a crossing runway. The FAA has launched an investigation into the incident. The IRS's tax-free filing program will be available nationwide in 2025, according to the Treasury Department. The agency is expanding its Direct File program, which saw over 140,000 users in the 2024 tax season, saving an estimated $5.6 million in tax preparation fees. This year, the program was limited to taxpayers in just 12 states. A Kansas City Chiefs player is being accused of animal cruelty. USA's Ryan Daniels has more.
2 misdemeanor counts have been filed in Alabama against Chiefs defensive lineman Isaiah Buggs. He's charged with cruelty to dogs in the second degree. That's according to the Tuscaloosa Police Department. They responded to a call of a Rottweiler and Pit Bull left on the back porch with no access to food or water at a homes that Buggs was renting. An agent for the 27-year-old NFL player denied the charges and claims Buggs is a victim of a campaign of subversion to shut down the hookah lounge that he owns in Tuscaloosa.
And a recent survey reveals that Americans are willing to pay $5.88 for a single hot dog. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
world. All right, just like that. As we have crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. That means a brand new day which would be Friday. And indeed, the final day of May here, May 31. So we'll be checking off another day and another month in about 24 hours. Ready or not, June will be rolling in. The first weekend of June coming on here. How about it? All right, hope you've had a good week. Of course, a short work week. You love those holiday weekends, right? Weekend's already here. But this one's going to go by like zippity split. But welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A clear night outside the secret bunker. You're looking at 60 degrees as we await about a half moon to rise in the coming hours. Headed into the weekend. Well, is anyone really surprised? Honestly, I was holding out some hope that it might be a hung jury. Would it be possible for 12 individuals to actually hear the evidence and all concur that he was guilty? Well, the answer to that question is yes. Can you imagine? Who wants to tune into The View tomorrow morning? Those hags will be, they will be absolutely giddy. So yes, we've got all the latest there. Trump guilty. Guilty on 34 counts. Bad orange man. But first things first, let's take a look at our traveler's weather. How are we looking out there? As anticipated, right through the central portions of the country, we've got a dividing line and some pretty strong storms, severe weather moving through eastern portions of Louisiana. Some of those stronger cells now pushing into southwestern Mississippi. Straight line winds, torrential rains, and maybe some hail are the greatest concerns there. There's another cell with a well-defined bow echo. That means strong straight-line winds. Southeast of Abilene, southwest of Dallas. Moving off to the east-southeast. Additional showers and thunderstorms from east of Lubbock on up into the western portions of Oklahoma. Those are the strongest storms in the mix out there. Further north, there are additional showers and thunderstorms scattered about through parts of, you've got one cluster in eastern Kansas, another back in western Kansas. You'll see a line of showers that starts in northeastern portions of Nebraska, then extends right up through the heart from southwest to northeast through Minnesota. Those are not prompting severe warnings of any sort. So you're run-of-the-mill showers and thunderstorms. But for the day ahead, Friday, as we gear up for the weekend, the main risk of severe weather begins to shift to the east, away from most of the high plains to the lower elevation areas of the plains. Today's severe weather will most likely extend from central and southeastern Texas to southeastern Kansas, southwest Missouri. There will be a second pocket of late-day storms from northwest Texas and northeastern New Mexico into western portions of Kansas and maybe eastern Colorado. Only a few severe storms may erupt in that more western zone. Saturday, the likelihood of heavy, gusty thunderstorms and the potential for some severe weather will likely again kind of reset further to the west over the high plains once again. They will upgrade the potential for severe thunderstorms as warranted, according to AccuWeather. As a new disturbance moves eastward from the Rockies, this time from the northern part of the Rockies, we could see some locally severe storms extending from western Kansas to the Dakotas and western Minnesota. Again, this is Saturday. The main threats as we move ahead to Sunday: high winds, large hail, and localized flash flooding. It's not a big tornadic sort of setup at this particular point in time. Now, the region at greatest risk for some flooding, that's going to be a concern. Some familiar territory in central and northeastern Texas and western Louisiana once again. Yeah, much of the central U.S. will be at risk for at least some localized incidents of flooding this weekend as all that moisture from the Gulf of Mexico kind of escalates over the region. Yeah, where you see showers and heavier thunderstorms, sometimes repeating over the same areas. All right, enjoy your dry spell in the Northeast. It's been kind of a soggy week, right? Following a wet, stormy stretch of weather this week across the Northeast, Mother Nature's going to bring a stretch of dry weather, at least for the first half of your weekend. An expansive area of high pressure setting up across the Appalachians and much of the eastern seaboard should bring a good deal of sunshine for both your Friday and Saturday. The air setting in some good drying conditions for maybe working the soil, getting some outdoor work done, painting and other outdoor projects that have been put on hold as of late with all those pesky showers and thunderstorms. Ideal weather for baseball, sporting practice, hiking, jogging, all those good outdoor things. Daytime temperatures were running 10 to 15 degrees below average earlier this week. The sunshine will bring temperatures climbing actually 5 to 10 degrees above normal as we roll into the weekend. So even beach and pool enthusiasts maybe get some time in out there. Typical highs this time of year. Upper 60s over the northern tier, lower 80s along the southern Appalachian and around the big bays and sounds from Virginia to North Carolina. New York City, you're going to rebound to the middle 70s for your Friday. Highs near 80 on Saturday. Sunday, it's going to depend on the strength of the breeze from the Atlantic and the return of the clouds. Long sleeves and a jacket may be needed during the overnight hours as lows drop into the 40s and 50s. Some of the rural areas may be even a little bit cooler. Now, temperatures will plummet in areas that experience clear skies during the overnight hours into Saturday. Some of the coldest locations of northern Pennsylvania, western, northern, and central New York might even have a touch of frost, they tell us. It doesn't look like a widespread frost or freeze, but folks in those areas may want to consider bringing your sensitive plants inside just to be sure. Once the sun rises in those areas, temperatures will quickly rebound. It'll be comfortably mild by the time you get into the early afternoon hours. So enjoy a couple of days of actual sunshine in the Northeast, which you have not seen a lot of. Okay, who we got checking in out of the box? Philly Dan, how we doing there? TGIF, completely unbelievable. All counts guilty. We've officially turned into a communist country. He had a middle finger for New York. All right, good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe, 66 degrees, Platkill, New York at the Service Plaza. Coffee up. Headed to Schenectady, New York, then back to Delaware to reload for New Haven, Connecticut for a Saturday morning delivery. Hello to Marianne. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Everybody have a great weekend when yours arrives. Joe is on board. Joe Self, good morning, Steve. And overnight listeners, a nice 53 in Lancaster, Pennsylvania tonight. Everybody have a good night. Enjoy your weekend. Miss Millie, hello, Steve, the overnight crew. Thanks for all the birthday wishes this week. It was a good day. Even Gabby baked me a cake. I cannot comment on the verdict except Alvin Bragg is bought and paid for. He said a good while back, there's nothing there. Well, something changed his evil mind. Nonetheless, all have a great day. Be safe. Be blessed. Hello, Russell, 61 in the Dayton area. Hope all are doing well at the Secret Bunker. I'm working a 12-hour shift tonight. Not going to complain. I get 4 hours of overtime. I'll take that. Well, with that said, a sad day in America. This jury was paid off. Yeah, bullcrap outcome. Nothing but communism, plain and simple. All you truck drivers, be careful, be safe out there to reach your destinations. Once again, we appreciate what you do. Keep it between the ditches, and everybody have a good night. Yes, Pappy, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Sad day for America. We now live in a banana republic. Now it's time for all good men to come to the aid of their country. Evil exists when good men do nothing, said Mark Twain. God bless the United States of America. Hello to Truck and Troy. Good morning, Steve-O. It's been a while since I've checked in. Hope all have a good day today, trucking it up out there. All right, good to have you with us, Truck and Troy. Hope you've been doing all right. Hello, Timothy. Good morning from Rocky Mount, Virginia. Gilligan checks in. Hello, fellow listeners. Driving in the moonlight, Christiansburg, Virginia. It's a cool 53 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Hello, Jerry. Good morning. Have a great weekend. Stay safe. Thanks for everything you do. Buckeye Boy, Abilene, Texas, 72 degrees. Looks like we're going to get hammered here in a few minutes. Wasn't rained on, but saw a lot of road flooding on the access roads and parking lots to the west of me. Well, we finally officially, as so many have already said, become a banana republic due to the corrupt attorney general, district attorney, and judge in New York. I knew, based on how the trial went and the jury instructions, that Trump was going to be found guilty. Yeah, realistically, they say the judge left them no alternative, really. None of them care that this will undoubtedly be reversed due to layers of reversible error conducted throughout the trial by the judge and the prosecutors. All they wanted was to be able to add convicted felon before Donald J. Trump's name before this year's election, because there's little chance an appeal will be heard before the election. This also gives the miserable puppet an excuse to back out of any debate, right? Shortly after the verdict, Trump's fundraising website actually crashed. All the people making donations. That is true. I've got the full report on that coming up here. It is now back up and running. Democrats and the left will regret what they've done to weaponize the justice system. It works both ways when the other party is in power. So have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Brain Dead, good morning. I know, back to work, right? Happy Monday to you, and it feels like one, he said. 72, clear skies at the Memphis International Airport. Going to be a short work week because I'm going to be off Saturday night. One of my relatives getting married Saturday afternoon. Sent you a couple of stories that you'll find interesting, especially one about the predatory towing in Tennessee. Yes, we did touch on that last evening. Finally, everybody kind of celebrating Tennessee finally stepping up and doing what needed to be done there. He said he'll be checking it a bit later in the program. It is a Friday. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, good morning to Debbie, who says, good morning, Steve. It's a cool 53 here in Indiana. Going up to 75 today. I guess she kind of clarified. I've been in my school for 24 and a half years. And although things have definitely changed in that time, for the most part, I still love what I do. Teaching children. This summer, I'm going to try and get out with Woodpecker every Thursday. I'm actually with him today, and I'll hang with my grandkids on Mondays. So everybody stay safe out there, especially my special driver. Have a fantastic Friday and a wonderful weekend. All right, safe travels out there on the road tonight. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy hump day or whatever day it is. Got my usual run tonight, and it was actually ready early for once. I sent you a DA award nominee that will make you roll your eyes. I've got that printed up here. Yes, I do. Clear skies, 59 degrees on I-71 in Kentucky. Be safe and have a good weekend when you get to it. Well, speaking of the weekend, that means we're just one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
One day closer to the greatest day of the week.
There he is. Hello.
Happy Casual Friday.
Yes.
Yep. The one and only. It's a good day for Granddad. He's celebrating his greatest day of the week already.
Yes, Monday.
Right. So, anyway, what is the code for the overnight drive when we order the Hot Shot Secret? Is the super secret code?
Overnight.
Is there one?
Overnight drive.
Just overnight drive. That's all we got to put in.
All one word. Overnight drive.
Oh, okay. Well, that was easy enough.
That gets you an additional 10%
it's a hot
off.
one. Right, for CDL, and then there's another 10% for military, veteran. So that's a pretty good deal, if you really think about it. It's a hot one down here in Florida.
Oh, yeah?
It was 86 when I came in to work this evening right at dark. It's down to 72 now. I'm right around Gainesville right now. It's been hot, no rain in sight. Probably hotter over in central Florida, closer to Phillip.
Yep.
Over in his neck of the woods. But I don't see any rain anytime soon. So, it's also, this is a pretty good weekend for us Florida residents. It's the opening weekend of hurricane season.
Ah, that's right. Yes, Saturday, first day.
Yep, Saturday's the first day of the hurricane season. Boy, we got all that going on, don't we?
And they're already...
Greatest day of the week coming up.
Already they're watching
Hurricane
a couple of
season
disturbances. Yeah, you might be off to an early start for hurricane season.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I saw a little blurb of a couple of things going on out there. But I don't know. I guess that's part of Florida living in paradise, right?
There is a price to pay, right?
Right. So on this deal with Kyle Larson with the exemption, do you agree with that? I don't. I feel like when Bush had his exemption, he got injured in a NASCAR sanctioned event. Chase Elliott got his exemption from being injured and on suspension. I don't think they equate to being the same. Do you?
I'm kind of missing out. What exemption? Did I miss something or?
Well, he needs an exemption to be eligible for the playoffs.
Oh, because he didn't start in Charlotte. Yes. Now, did they
Exactly.
say did they give him a thumbs up or a thumbs down yet or?
They haven't decided. I mean, pretty soon if they go this route, it seems like to me they're just going to give an exemption for anything. I mean, why have that rule? I mean,
yeah.
Just a short few years ago, a lot of the owners wouldn't let their drivers do anything that they might get injured or hurt real bad to where they can't drive the race car.
I know that was.
So I
know that was in a lot of the contracts about if you no skydiving, no downhill skiing, and the things that you're correct. Even on your your off time.
Right, and I mean these guys are going out racing sprint cars and everything else. I don't know if I'm on board with it, but maybe that's just me. I mean that driver is basically the team spokesman, the biggest part of it. Don't a lot of the drivers bring the sponsors with them?
In many cases, yes, absolutely.
In many cases.
And then I got to pause there. The clock says it's news break.
USA News Update. Former President Trump has been found guilty in his criminal trial involving hush money. A New York jury recently delivered its verdict. Pending the judge's decision, he may potentially serve up to 4 years in prison. Texas is grappling with severe storm aftermath as nearly 200,000 people remain without power following this week's onslaught. The outages, anticipated to persist for several days, are a consequence of widespread damage caused by strong winds. The area continues to face threats of hail, relentless winds, and flash floods throughout the day. A recent survey conducted by food distributor U.S. Foods reveals that Americans are willing to spend generously on high-quality hot dogs. According to the survey, people would pay an average of $5.88 for a single hot dog, with the average American consuming 2 hot dogs per month. Meanwhile, the price of hot dogs has increased by 7% in the past year. John Schaefer, USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all-natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that, when combined, really keep things moving. I drink it every day, and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors: natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes: combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Yeah, Buckeye Boy, I saw, he said, I'm getting a storm warning on my cell phone. He's in Abilene, I guess. Yeah, they're talking 60-mile-an-hour winds, half-dollar size hail, and lots of lightning. Large hail, damaging wind, continuous cloud-to-ground lightning occurring with that particular storm there. So it's knocking on your door there. Abilene, you got several counties there, West Central and Central Texas, as they call it. So batten down the hatches, right? Hey, where do we leave off there? Yeah, cap and run there. I had to throw you on hold. Okay, welcome back.
So, yeah. All right. Thanks for taking me back. The other question I had, do you know if the stiction eliminator can be used along with the FR3 at the same time?
You don't need the stiction eliminator has the FR3 blended into it. So the stiction eliminator is what you're going to use like for a clean out, you know, for that particular use. Then your next several oil changes, then you just use only the FR3. You don't need the stiction eliminator every time.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. So that was kind of about all I had, but I had another question. If Bruce Jenner ends up missing, will he be on the half and half carton, his picture?
All right, have a great weekend.
Have a good night.
We'll chat.
Thanks for taking my call.
Maybe we'll chat on the greatest day of the week, right? It is 844-844-3388. Grump?
Yeah. Boy, wasn't it a day today, you know, and I'm still just blown away by this damn judge. And you know, it's clear in the Constitution that, you know, a defendant has the right to an impartial jury. And that didn't happen. You know, they made it clear that they couldn't stand Trump. You know, they like to talk about like they did, but you know what just carried it over the edge was his jury instructions. I couldn't believe the fact that this guy said, "Don't worry about the crime. You know, just determine whether there was guilt or not, where you believe there was guilt or not. And, the accused has some rights. I mean, my God, he just stomped all over his due process rights. Number one, how in the hell can he do this? I mean, I sat there and I know it's going to get overturned on an appeal. I mean, hell, any blind court of appeals, of course it's going up to the state court of appeals, because, federal would go up the second court of appeals, which is there in Lower Manhattan, which but if this is pushed all the way up to the Supreme Court, I mean, I just wonder if there's going to be the ability to file charges or whatever against a judge and, Alvin Bragg and the rest of them. I mean, I know they have some immunities, but, if an investigation was to occur, they have to subpoena everybody in the White, everybody that had, like Joe Biden, his phone records, everything. How far did this go? I can just about guarantee you that, Biden was in on this, because his number 3 man in the Justice Department, left the Justice Department just for this prosecution, and to join Bragg's team there just on this prosecution, and you're sitting there going, oh, really? I mean, is this, what the hell's the deal here? I just, I kind of figured that this was going to happen. I mean, really, he couldn't get a fair trial anywhere when they didn't do a change of venue in deep blue Manhattan. What else can you expect? The people, so-called the jury of his peers, had to come from Manhattan. And you had 2 corporate lawyers on there. One was finance and stuff. They didn't know a damn thing about criminal law. They probably was taught it, but they didn't give a rat's ass about it, because that's not where the money's at, unless you're seeing high visibility people like Trump. You're going to represent them, but you're not going to have it. Them idiots ain't going to do it. But I'm sure they were giving their 2 cents on, and they tried to poll the jury. Nope, judge denied it. And so far, none of the verdict sheets or anything like that will be released. They don't want to see see exactly who, and they may never be released. He can basically seal them, which he'll probably do. It'll take a court order or something like that from a higher court so you can get the damn things open. It's just this just still blows my mind, man. How have we turned this into a really a banana republic? I mean, when you're prosecuting your opponents, I got online tonight, on Trump's website, and donated $500 to him. I would look for a record number of, donations, and I think it's going to be an awakening for the American people. I mean, hell, if it can happen to a former vice president or former president, and what the hell can they do to us? I mean, they could do anything in the world they wanted to just the average Joe citizen. We don't have the means to fight, City Hall like this or the government when it comes to some bogus ass charge, especially when you take something that's so far out of whack here and turn it into a damn felony. It just, man, I tell you, it's still just, you just sit here and go, wow, it just blows your mind, on this. It really does that this is just, we've turned into this kind of a country. I never thought I'd see it. Why don't they just, they're looking to, throw the Constitution away. They just ripped the Sixth Amendment up, especially on the charges. The accused has the right to know what he's being charged of. Alvin Bragg never even released it, until he just basically told him whatever you can find. He has to be involved in this. It's got to be some kind of a conspiracy, that he was involved in the Stormy Daniels deal. Big damn deal. If he wanted to pay that skank off and say, hey, shut your mouth, there's not a damn law against that. And what I don't understand, Steve, is how the hell can it be to sway an election when he lost the popular vote? Not one damn electoral college amounted to anything that was changed over this whole thing. He won when he won Pennsylvania. He won Erie County. Erie and Lancaster County was what carried it over. The rest of them, They didn't give a rat's ass. They were the two that carried it over, with 13,000 votes, something like that. So they're sitting there saying that these 13,000 people, knew about this. No, they didn't. Hell, nobody knew about it until Alvin Bragg brought it up. And then that fat bastard and that other guy, they got together for a weekend and just said, what can we do? How can we get Trump? They made it clear on that. That's what they talked about. And, I guess they had a cabin or a hotel room or something, sat down with some charges and said, how can we do this? Can we get him like this? Can we get him like that? No other person would ever be charged like that except Donald Trump. Not one damn person, and it should have been something said right then and there. The appeals court should have stepped in and stopped this judge from doing what he's doing. But, if they took it up in front of the appeals court because of the fact that he should have recused himself. They just looked at it and said, it didn't even come out of a jury or out of a judge pool there. He was selected, hand selected to do this trial after Steve Bannon, after he prosecuted him, and I don't know, man, I tell you what, New York, they could kiss my ass. It'd be a cold day in hell before I ever went that place. That place could starve to death before I ever haul a morsel of food to it. And it's getting to the point where there's a few other blue cities that's going to be the same way. I just will not go to, just for this very reason. And you mentioned the View. Yeah, them old hags are going to be giddy with the fact that this
absolutely
happened. And the funny thing is there's six viewers that watches the show. I mean, hell, it's most of them are too damn stupid to spell law. I don't know, man. I tell you, it's God. It just. Like I said, I'm all behind Trump right now. I got on there, donated my $500, and they got other donations that you can make. A lot lower amounts and things like that. I encourage everybody to get on there and make it. I'm going to make another donation to Ted Cruz. Also, he's in a battle down there over, that's being backed by George Soros. His boy and the rest of them thugs, and he's been a good voice for the American people, and on both sides in the Senate. But that's all they need is another damn liberal idiot in the Senate, or a progressive moron that's going to push their agendas and things like that. But it just, like I said, it just blows me away at this about the whole due process that Trump was just denied, and why his attorney did not get up off his ass every time Alvin Bragg or the other prosecutor was up there. Kept, talking about, it's a fact that Donald Trump did this, or it's a fact that Donald Trump did that. It's an accusation. Why they didn't get off their ass and start objecting to those, I have absolutely no idea. I guess they just figured, that maybe the judge wouldn't, they were fatigued out enough that the judge would just go ahead and, it wouldn't have mattered to me. That judge would have locked my ass up because I'd have called him a hack right then and there. I mean, that would have been the extent of it, I'd say, and I've like I say, I was, former police officer, investigator. I've went in front of grand juries, testified in front of them. That's something right there in itself that I can't stand. Here's a white collar crime, number one, supposedly, that Alvin Bragg, when you go in front of a grand jury up there, it's the prosecutor or the district attorney that's bringing a case in front of a grand jury. There is nobody there to object to anything that they say. It's whatever in the hell they want to feed a grand jury. They vote on that, whether or not it's, okay. It doesn't have to be a unanimous decision either. It can be just a simple majority, and raise their hand and say, yeah, there's enough evidence here to bring to bring charges forth. All right, then he charges him, but there should have been somebody in the damn state of New York, in that district anyway, that would have stepped up and said, these charges are, how in the hell can you charge somebody over something that the statute of limitations was up 7 years ago. And, you just can't recharge the statute of limitations, but apparently you can. I always thought you could. I was like, hell, what the hell's up with this? There's people all over the place now going, damn, they're going to bring back up what I did, 30 years ago. Damn. But it's, like I say, man, it's just, it's Trump. it wouldn't have happened to anybody else but Trump. They hate this man this bad. When you start talking about draining the swamp and getting rid of a bunch of dumbasses that shouldn't be in there, and how corrupt our government is, this is one reason why they fight tooth and nail against term limits. You may have one senator or one congressman say, hey, we need to have term limits in here. And then the rest of them are going to go, oh, are you kidding? This is our bread and butter, man. This is, hell, we got insider trading. We got all kinds of crap going on here. Why would we want to do this? Mess it up, And so take a look at that. Just the fact that they don't want term limits in here is another indication of the corruption that we have. Because, what's going to happen if they have an incumbent, that's in office right now, and then somebody says, I'm going to run against him. Oh, yeah? Well, I'm going to bring charges against your ass for whatever I can find. And find some, corrupt damn judge like this idiot up there and another Alvin Bragg to do it. It's just, and it'll happen. It'll happen. They'll find some reason to bring charges against people. This is, a new precedence has been set in the American justice system. And, the old gal might as well just take the damn blindfold off, because justice is not blind. It's selective. It's very selective. Whoever in the hell they can find to charge now, the weakest link or the one that stands the most to rock the boat, is the ones that's going to get charged. And I didn't see a hell of a, Trump had a lot of Republican supporters that showed up, several of them Senate and in the House. But the bigwigs, the main players, didn't offer one damn word of confidence or anything else. The big guys like Mitch McConnell. I wish that old bastard would disappear. I'm tired of looking at him. He's standing around there, my friends across the aisle, talking all that crap, and your cohorts across, your partners in crime across the aisle. That's exactly what the hell they are.
The swamp.
I don't know, man. Yeah, it's part of the swamp, and and I hope the hell Trump gets back in there. I hope he impanels a special counsel to start investigating that crime of his alone and trace back every damn thing that was there and start doing some prosecuting of their own. They said, let's just sweep this under the rug and go ahead with the appeals court. Well, hell, it's in New York. What do they think the appeals court's going to do? It will be overturned on an appeal if you can get them to listen to it. That's going to be the key to it. And they was talking about, maybe fast tracking it to the Supreme Court. Well, you can't just you can, but it's very hard to do, sidestep of the appeals court. But if it goes in front of the Supreme Court, I would look for a unanimous decision that his civil rights were violated, just over everything this damn judge did. And, it would be, maybe a move for disbarment on a few of them. I mean, they knew that they did that. They denied his due process. So, that right there is ripe for an appeal. But I don't know, man. This is just, we don't expect this to happen to us, but it did. And you think this country is a lot better. The American dream, this great experiment. Well, this is just another part of that experiment that went to hell in a handbasket. I mean, we've seen a former president, one that was by and for the people, got his ass handed to him in court by a jury, not of his peers, but it just. I looked at it, listened to a lot of the instructions on the judge and stuff, and read some of them and stuff. I just didn't see any other outcome in this than he was pretty much directing the jury that they had to come back with a guilty verdict.
And that's illegal too. I mean, literally, he was telling the jury pretty much how they can convict Trump.
Yes, and it just and not have a unanimous decision on it. That was something right there. I thought, what the hell are you talking about? That's a mistrial if you don't have a unanimous decision. But no, and then not be able to poll the jury and see if everybody voted to convict. I mean, that's another right there of the accused, to face the jury and see exactly if they actually every one of them actually was in unison on this vote. And it just, man, I tell you what, it just blows my mind. It really does. This guy, I've never seen anything like it. Man, I don't know, Steve. It's just a sad day in this country when this happens. I mean, to a good guy. I mean, Trump's got a big mouth and he can, stand there with the best of them. But damn, he did some good things for this country. The best thing that he did, I think, was exposing the swamp for exactly what they are. A bunch of damn swamp rats that really care more about their ass pocket and their bank accounts than they do the American people. And this is, what's going to happen now? How many states right now do you think is going to come up and say, well, Trump's a convicted felon right now, so therefore we don't have to put him on the ballot after the ruling of the Supreme Court, I mean, after it come down like that, we're seeing right now the Democrat Party that is ignoring so much of what the Supreme Court rulings are. They come down with a decision saying, no, this is unconstitutional. Yes, this is within the bounds of the law or not within the bounds of the law. Look at Joe Biden in the immigration, and student loans and every damn thing else. He's like, screw you. I'm going to do what I want to do. If you don't like it, I don't care. So is the Supreme Court getting to be a thing of the past? It just blows my mind how they just, they're just so unruly and they ignore every damn thing. This is a bad time when our own government starts looking at the founding principles of this country and the laws and saying, yeah, we're a nation of laws. Well, not exactly. We can sidestep a few if we don't like somebody. Is that really the damn road we want to go down? It just, when I was a cop, man, I never would bring charges on somebody if it wasn't 100% ironclad. Going in front of grand juries or anything like that, I would give my whatever I wrote up on a report or whatever, I'd read it to them. If they started asking me questions, this is all I've got on the report. This is what I saw. This is it. Boom. That's the end of the conversation. There is no district attorney or anything going to stand there and probe you and make you go, okay, this guy, and start talking all this crap, like they're doing here. I would like to see, I'd like to hear, the tapes or whatever they got, what went up in front of the grand jury on Donald Trump, because they had to sit there and give them charges. They had to say this, these crimes were committed, blah, blah, blah. We want to know, what they are and everything, right now. How in the hell did he get it by the grand jury if he read them charges and they wouldn't even read them in the court? It just blows my mind that the third charge they would not even come forth with, it just, and I don't think the people in the jury knew exactly what the hell they were charging him, anything other than conspiracy to defraud an election. Who in the hell cares? Look, every damn time that somebody steps up like Joe Biden and says, this is, we got 9%, inflation when I come into office, or when they make some bogus ass campaign slogan that might be a lie against your opponent, is that a conspiracy to defraud an election? To change the outcome of an election? You're damn right it is. Hillary Clinton did. Why ain't they locking that old hag up for her dossier, her Russian dossier right now? It's the same thing. She committed a conspiracy to sway an election by falsifying this document and then swearing that she didn't do it. Why? I don't see any charges going her way.
Well, the New York,
it's crazy, man.
The quintessential definition of kangaroo court, I guess you'd have to call it. Kangaroo court. All right, Grump, we're rolling toward top of the hour. News break coming up here. As he said, he made a donation. Apparently, a whole lot of people are doing that. The donation website for Donald Trump crashed from a wave of traffic after the guilty verdict. According to the campaign, so many Americans were moved to donate to the Donald Trump campaign that the WinRed pages went down. That was about 10 till 6 Eastern this past evening. The site was down roughly 30 minutes. WinRed said we're back online at 6:25 p.m. Eastern Time. When it did return, there was a new message from Trump, which said, the left thinks it can bury me with enough witch hunts and intimidate my family and associates that I'll eventually throw out my hands and give up on our America First movement. Let me be as clear as possible. I will never stop fighting for you. The campaign also sent a fundraising email shortly after the jury returned the guilty verdict on all 34 counts. The fundraising email said, I am a political prisoner. I was just convicted in a rigged political witch hunt trial. I did nothing wrong. They've raided my home, arrested me, took my mugshot, now just convicted me. Crooked Joe needs to get the message right here, right now. His chances of a second term end today. But for that to happen, our immediate pushback must be so massive, it'll go down in history. So the fundraising solicitation. We close out hour number 1 here on a Friday.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Former President Donald Trump was found guilty Thursday of falsifying business records to cover up a hush money payment made to adult film star Stormy Daniels, making him the first former president to become a convicted felon. The unanimous verdict from the 12-person jury ends a 6-week trial in which prosecutors allege the former president orchestrated an illegal conspiracy to influence the 2016 presidential election. The former president reacting to the verdict.
It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. But the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here.
The storm cleanup and power outages are continuing in the Lone Star State. USA's John Schaefer has the details.
Texas is grappling with severe storm aftermath as nearly 200,000 people remain without power following this week's onslaught. The outages, anticipated to persist for a number of days, are a consequence of widespread damage caused by strong winds. The area continues to face threats of hail, relentless winds, and flash floods throughout the day.
The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is implementing new rules for companies who use buy now, pay later methods of payment for their customers. The Bureau's director, Rohit Chopra, explaining to Fox Business that this payment method is now part of everyday e-commerce and insists it'll help protect those who use it from scams and abuse.
so much of this is common sense. I think this is good for consumers, but it's also good for buy now, pay later companies because it is a way that they can build more trust in their product.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A jury is finding the alleged leader of a doomsday cult, Chad Daybell, guilty of killing his wife's 2 children and his former wife. Last year, his wife, Lori Vallow Daybell, was also found guilty of the 3 murders and was sentenced to life in prison in a separate trial. A surge of illegal immigrants at the California-Mexico border is putting pressure on already stretched thin federal resources, according to former acting ICE Director Tom Homan, who says it's affecting morale.
They're not doing what they were trained to do, and they're not securing the border. And Border Patrol now is offering big signing bonuses, and they still can't hire what they need to hire.
One top Israeli official says the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza will probably last another half of a year. USA's Ryan Daniels with more.
Israel's national security advisor made that claim Wednesday on public radio, saying they could expect another 7 months of combat. He said it's to, quote, achieve the destruction of the military and governing capabilities of both Hamas and the Islamic Jihad, end quote. He added, Israel does not want to rule Gaza and that the 2 million Palestinian residents of Gaza have already been held hostage for 17 years by Hamas.
The Mega Millions jackpot is continuing to climb. Friday night's jackpot is worth an estimated $522 million. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2. We'll kick it off here as we roll into the final day of May. All right, a couple of comments before we get to some of the other industry headlines coming up. Buckeye Boy said, even if it happened that one of the jurors wanted to disagree Do you honestly think they could? Number one, Alvin Bragg's in the courtroom, which is intimidating. Number two, if they did, their name would probably be leaked and their lives and families' lives ruined by the psycho left. Number three, just based on the judge's jury instructions, they had very little choice. 100% Buckeye boy. All right, Bidu checks in. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Have a great weekend, everybody. Sad day in America, though. Hello to Diane. Good evening, everyone. It's a sad day for the majority of good, hardworking people of this country. I want to make it clear that I'm not a Democrat and I'm not a Republican, but I'm a conservative independent. But I expected this to happen to Trump. Even those in his own party, unfortunately, against him. That's so sad for this country. And there's an old Native American saying, the right wing and the left wing belong on the same bird. I hope everyone has a great weekend and be safe out there. Thank you much, Diane. All right, Kevin, good morning to the overnight crew. Andy has an interesting thought. Now the sentencing, which they said was July 11, I believe. Sentencing will be 4 days before the Republican National Convention. Wow. I think Republicans should move the convention to Mar-a-Lago. I'm sure they'll put Trump under house arrest. Point to ponder. I don't know. That's an interesting thought. I didn't realize. 4 days before the convention. All right. Hey, a big weekend about to get underway. Kyle had posted several hours ago. They're on the road back to Indy for one of the biggest diesel events of the year. The UCC ODR is going to be a packed house this weekend. The Ultimate Call-Out Challenge. It's 3 days, 3 big days of action. The Outlaw Diesel Super Series. The dynamic partnership between UCC and Firepunk brings back the exhilarating Outlaw Diesel Super Series, and we're all set to make 2024 our biggest year yet. Year after year, we've shattered records, and this time we're aiming to surpass the incredible mark of over 300 tech cards sold in 2023. Everybody and their brother going to be there, right? So it's 3 days. You got the dyno, you got the burnout contest. I guess that's tonight, I do believe. Nothing quite like the intoxicating aroma of burning rubber in the evening air. And we're thrilled to announce the return of the Wrenchworks Burnout Pit for 24. This year, we're taking things up a notch by opening the floor to both gas and diesel enthusiasts. Friday night promises to be a smoke show that's bound to black out the moon. All right, and you got, if you're a fan of the dyno action, don't miss the NWDS Fan Dyno event at the UCC, where fans get the thrilling opportunity to discover just how much horsepower you can unleash. Whether your truck's bone stock, equipped with a small or a big turbo, sporting a twin setup, or you're planning to add a little nitrous excitement. They said we've got a class for every enthusiast. I think they got some of the sled pool in action. I mean, just should be a lot of fun. Yes, Hot Shot Secret will be there. Stop by, see Kyle and Matt. And I'm not sure who all else is going, but I'm sure they'll be there. So I think action all gets underway at 10 o'clock this morning. So it's 3 big days starting today. All right, Jerry's on board. I think he wanted to talk a little bit about racing, as a matter of fact. Hello, Jerry.
Good morning, sir. How are you today?
Doing well.
Good. Hey, I was kind of fell asleep last night, so this morning I listened to the replay, and I heard somebody say that Tony Stewart was selling out his Cup stuff because he was going broke. And I don't think that's the reason he's selling out. But he's into the drag racing thing now, and they're getting ready to start a family and things of that nature. And with all of his other racetracks and stuff, he's just got a lot on his plate. And it's time to go in one direction from what he's been saying, and it looks like the drag racing is going to be it.
I was kind of wondering about that myself, because he's really, I mean, he started with the alcohol last year, then moved up to the Top Fuel, and I guess, you know, he's in the seat from what was his wife's, right, Leah? Because now she doesn't want to. I guess they're looking to, like you said, start a family. So, I mean, that's probably a pretty busy schedule there. Do you see? Is there going to be any issue? I mean, who's going to be able to buy up? I mean, these they call them charters, I guess, right? He's got 4 different charters.
Yeah.
But the cost of them thing. I mean, the millions and millions. Yeah. What if nobody buys them up?
That's what's going to cut it back. Is, I mean, the sponsors just aren't spending the money like they used to. And word in the pits is Earnhardt Jr., but, I mean, you never know. It's so hard to get sponsorship money anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But that's kind of like Kyle Larson and that deal with him. There was so much wrapped up in Indy that, I mean, they kind of had to stay. And then they got there that night, and of course, you know, it rained, and everybody was soaking wet, and the fans and everything. And I think it was like midnight or so. They had just started to drive again, and they really didn't want to be there until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, because a lot of the guys had to get back to their shops and then tire tested in Iowa on Tuesday, because I know Kyle missed one of his sprint car shows because he was tire tested. But you know, as far as that being a rain out, I don't make those calls. But if I'd have been there all day and I was soaking wet, I'm not sure I'd want to stay the rest of the night to watch it either. I'm a longtime race fan.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I off that real quick, I've been retired now for 9 years. I worked midnights at the wastewater plant here in Kokomo. And my deal was to hurry up and get in, get all my samples ran, get everything done so I could turn the radio on and listen to you guys. And it was, you got me through a lot of nights that would have been a drag, but they were good. And then the weekends would come up, and I'd sign up for overtime, and I'd be damned you guys weren't on the weekends. I think it's Bubba Bo, I think.
Right.
That he was. Then I think I ran into him, met him at Lawrenceburg one night. We were racing there. But yeah, it goes back a long way with this deal. I'm really glad that you're back on the radio, though. Or back while I get you on Facebook, actually.
Right. I know. I see you chime in on Facebook pretty regular. The Jerry from Kokomo. So, hey, I got you down as a first-time caller, Jerry.
Yes, that's me.
That would be correct, right?
Yeah, that would be correct. I'm sitting here thinking, do I really want to do this? You know, and then what the hell, do it?
Yeah. So we'll get you a $60 code for Hot Shot Secret. So you do the racing thing. Do you use any of the Hot Shot Secret products, or?
Not anything in the cars or anything. As a matter of fact, my son retired a couple of years ago. He ran USAC sprint cars, and now my grandson's racing. He's a little 8-year-old racing quarter midgets. But I've got friends I've got Jarrett Trucking. I've got Kids Trucking. The people that deliver the peaches all summer long, I'm going to talk them into this deal. You know, it's just, there's so many people I know that I'm talking to and trying to get this going that, you know, this will help.
That's great. Absolutely. Cool. Well, Jerry, it's pretty easy. I mean, I'm easy to talk to, and we love talking about racing stuff. I mean, that's just talking about the big weekend there. I know they're excited about the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge there in Indy, so that should be fun.
There you go. There'll be a lot going on. Then the USAC cars are headed out west to Knoxville, Iowa, so I'm hoping the storms get out of there. They've already left or whatever. But Steve, on another thing, the guy was talking about fentanyl the other day, or last week maybe, and I got a book called Blood Money. It's out new, and this book, if you want to know about how corrupt we already know how corrupt they are, but fentanyl goes so far back to the start of Vietnam, and it's got people in there's names that are still, their family are still in Washington, D.C. And these families were all involved in this stuff. I mean, if this book can be believed, it's amazing how some of these people, I mean, that are involved in this, involved. I mean, China was selling heroin to our veterans for $1, 95% pure, and then selling it for $20 in New York for 10% pure. And some of the veterans were getting hooked up on it, according to this. And it's like, they knew it's how they were going to take over how they were going to take things over. And now with the left, I mean, what happened today was just a joke, and they knew it was going to happen. What's to stop them with everything else? I mean, how can we be fair and truthful anymore after today? I mean,
right.
Seriously.
Right. Wow.
We are in so much trouble. I mean, but if you ever get a chance to read this book, Blood Money, it is an eye-opener.
I will check that
out.
Anyway. Well, thank you very much. Hey, great to hear from you, Jerry. Anything else?
That's what I was going to say. What do I need to do for my first-time caller?
I've got your phone number taken down here, and they'll text you a code, and then you'll go to the hotshotsecret.com, place your order, whatever, and at checkout, enter that coupon code that they send you. That'll get you $60 in free merchandise. I think you can even use the overnight drive code as well and get a 10% off your order on top of that.
Okay.
All righty.
Okay. That sounds good to me. And hey, listen, you guys, thanks for everything. My uncles all drove for Kellogg's way back in the day and had cereal and stuff like that. And I've been around trucks and I know what it takes and what you guys do and what they do. And I really appreciate everything you get the men and women do behind the wheel out there.
Very good. Hey, well, great to hear from you. Don't be a stranger, Jerry. Dial us up anytime and let us know after you try the Hot Shot Secret stuff how things work out for you.
I'll do that. Take care, my friend.
Have a good weekend. There you go. First-time caller. It's 844-844-3388.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
I'm not exactly sure what potato sludge is, but police are searching for a truck driver who drove away after spilling potato sludge on a Washington State highway this past day. Richland, Washington, westbound Interstate 182. According to the Tri-City Herald, there were two separate motorcyclists that wrecked on that stretch of highway after a semi-truck spilled a substance described as potato sludge. The sludge made the roadway slippery, causing those cycles obviously to lose control and crash. Both cycle drivers sustained minor injuries, and one passenger was taken to a hospital in stable condition. But the truck driver did not stop following the spill, and the Washington State Patrol is asking them to come forward. Anyone with information is urged to call law enforcement there, the Washington State Patrol. Somebody, surely, I mean, And some of the photos, it was a pretty nasty mess there on the interstate. It wasn't just a little bit. It was quite a bit. It got dumped there. Good morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Well. Go figure, right?
When I woke up, got out of the shower, I said, I wonder if they came back with a verdict today. And first thing I sit down and I see guilty on all 34 counts. I wasn't really surprised. I wasn't flabbergasted. But I somewhat surprised because I was holding out hope, that they were saying that they thought at least one of those jurors. But am I understanding correct that one of those jurors might have actually not been voting guilty? But
I don't know, Steve. I haven't really even watched the news
because it had something to do with the judge's instructions or whatever. That's what everybody's just kind of flabbergasted about. The way the judge instructed them.
Yeah, Steve, I heard on numerous occasions.
I'm looking here. Okay, here's a quote from Jesse Banal, who's an attorney. He said, the judge, he made it very clear from the jury instructions when he just said it was too confusing to properly instruct the jury on the law, and that they didn't need to be unanimous on an underlying crime, which is absolutely preposterous, he says. This judge was out from the beginning to get Trump. He brought Marxism to America with this show trial and the kangaroo court. So I'm just a little confused on that.
Well, Steve, listen, every time right before the jury goes to deliberate, the judge gives them a little speech. And this one, Steve, the bottom line is they just don't care, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not worried about appeals. They don't care. Normally they give the normal speech, about in order for you to find a guilty verdict.
Beyond a reasonable doubt?
Beyond a reasonable doubt. And then the judge will explain reasonable doubt for people that don't know.
Mm-hmm.
These are terms that some people just really don't understand what they mean. It's not proof beyond any doubt, right? It's that if you have a reasonable person can conclude that the state did not present enough evidence, right,
mm-hmm.
beyond a reasonable doubt that this person committed the crime. He was guilty, right? You're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. But this court, Trump was guilty and had to prove his innocence. And the bottom line is it doesn't matter what anybody said, and some of the statements people were making were absolutely true. We come to find out that the second this trial started, they knew what the outcome was going to be. And like you, myself, and a lot of other Americans, we were holding out faith, right, that this just isn't happening. But it is, and it did happen. So, Steve, they just, remember that old quote from movie Tora, Tora, Tora?
Mm-hmm.
Yamamoto never actually said that. That was a movie quote. That, man, we fear the United States now. We awoken a sleeping giant. So there's a new voter category out there now. Well, you got your diehard Trump, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, as long as that man is breathing air, come election day, he's getting my vote. Lost my train of thought here. Oh, okay. The new voters that are going to come out now are the F the government voters. Steve, they just, without realizing it, because they're in their own little world, you got your diehard no Trumpers that are far few and in between than the MAGA movement believe that will, no matter what, not vote for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
But there's going to be a section of people now that just realize that woke up. People are waking up each day, and this is going to wake a lot of people up. And there's going to be a lot of people that not so much voting for Trump, but against the government, if I'm making sense. So now what? Here's the big question, Steve. Now what? Big question. Now what? Man, I know we're getting close to the bottom of the hour here, but Steve, why did they start this whole thing? Why did they charge Trump?
Well, I mean, we keep hearing that term, election interference. They want to prevent him from getting back in the White House. No matter what they have to do, right? What is election interference? So, yeah, we are at the bottom of the hour. We'll pause there. Be right back on a Friday morning.
USA News Update. Former President Trump has been found guilty in his criminal trial involving hush money. A New York jury delivered that verdict on Thursday. Pending the judge's decision, he may potentially serve up to 4 years in prison. Texas grappling with severe storm aftermath as nearly 200,000 people remain without power following this week's onslaught. The outages, anticipated to persist for a number of days, are a consequence of widespread damage caused by strong winds. The area continues to face threats of hail, wind, and flash floods. The IRS's tax-free filing program will be available nationwide in 2025, according to the Treasury Department. The agency is expanding its direct file program, which saw over 140,000 users in the 2024 tax season, saving an estimated $5.6 million in tax preparation fees. This year, the program was limited to taxpayers in 12 states. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, back on a Friday. What's on tap for the weekend? Looks like outdoor plans may be moved indoors in the northwest portions of the country. An unusually strong, wet storm for early June is going to roll into the northwest this weekend. So travel problems, disruptions to daily activities. This storm's going to pack strong winds over the mountains and ultimately trigger severe weather for parts of the northern plains and the upper Midwest next week. Now, this upcoming storm, they tell us, will unleash the equivalent of an entire month's worth of rain for the month of June over much of the northwest. And in some cases, maybe even more. How much we talking about? Give you more on that when we get back with Traveler's Weather coming up. All right, we left off with Pappy. Where'd we leave off? You know, what next and all that?
Yeah. Now what, right? You said, well, it's definitely election interference, right?
Mm-hmm.
Steve? This is going to be an election interference the likes of like we have never seen. You think the PP hoax and the Russian collusion deal was election interference? Hold their beer, Steve.
Yep.
It's not even minor league. You know, this is the Russian hoax is going to be like wiffle ball, not even knothole or minor leagues, man. Steve, they are going to lock this man up. That's why they brought these charges. They want to lock him. Steve, they want him not breathing is what they want.
Mm-hmm.
But they're going to make no mistake about it. They're going to lock him up. And I heard some little commentary earlier. I didn't watch much. I was busy, and I know it already went down. And I'm like, man, I don't even want to hear it. I'm not even turning on Fox or anything. I'm just going to go out and water the grass. Right?
Right.
But, well, you know, this is a first-time offender. It's not a violent crime. You know, chances are he's going to get probation. Come on, Steve. We're dealing with evil people here. They will lock his butt up. They don't want him to be able to campaign. He will not even have phone privileges. You think they can't do this, Steve? They have locked people up from January 6th that still ain't went to trial.
Yep.
That were refusing to let their attorneys even see them. And it sounds like the Secret Service director is going to pull back. Maybe not totally, but they're not going to let the Secret Service do what needs to be done to keep this man protected. Let's say they do put him on probation. They don't lock him up. But I'm telling you, they're going to lock him up. Let's say they put him on probation. Well, Steve, guess what? He ain't going to be allowed terms of the probation. You know how they could... You know how many terms of the probation they could throw out, Steve? He ain't going to be allowed to leave the state of New York. No, sir. You ain't leaving New York. You're not going to go campaign. They don't want him even having his face on any TV screen in this country. They're going to lock his butt up. They're going to throw him in the hole. You're not going to see hide in the hair of Donald Trump. And if that don't work, which it's not going to work, Steve, I heard somebody make a comment. At first I was like, man, I started thinking, this was a friend of mine, and I'm like, you know what? Dude, you know what? We said it before. What are they capable of? What are they willing to do? Man, and what I'm about ready to tell you is it's really the extreme. But this was the comment he made. He said, what if they don't allow him to leave New York? Say they don't lock him up, but you're not leaving New York. You're not going to travel around the country and have your little Trump rallies. They're going to put a stop to that. And when they realize that no matter everything they've done, throwing the kitchen sink at this man, when they realize they're going to lose, he said, what's to stop them from dropping a little tactical nuke on New York City and blaming it on the Russians?
Wow.
But Steve, that was my first reaction. I laughed. Come on, man. Then I started thinking about it. Steve, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, would you ever believe that we would have had drag queens in our elementary schools dancing in front of kids? The things that are going down in this country just blows your mind, and we all said it's unfathomable.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, That you know, when I hear that and I think about it, I wouldn't put it past them. All this talk now, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but all this talk with NATO and Russia and tactical nukes being dropped, and NATO supplying more ballistic missiles to Ukraine so they can launch NATO missiles deep inside Russia. Putin came out and made a comment. What, does NATO want a nuclear war? Is that what they want? Because if that's what they want, they'll get their way. See, the globalists are all in, man. I know people probably hear me tired of saying things. Steve, would you ever thought that our government, due to COVID, I guess there's still some question on how that got released. There's no question now that this was gain of function that created this virus. And however it was released upon us, I think you know where I stand on that. But they mandate a vaccine on the world. They tell us it's safe and effective, that if you take this vaccine, you can't catch it and you can't transmit it. And it was all lies. And Steve, I told you a couple months ago, there's numbers out now that there's 20 million people that has died as a result of these vaccines. All the overdose deaths, the opioid, the fentanyl, really not opioids, Steve. I mean, we're talking fentanyl, heroin. You said something, I think it was you the other night that talked about, it's not the opioids.
The animal
like
tranquilizer.
Oxycontins and stuff. This is fentanyl, heroin. Steve, why isn't the government, how many people has died in the last 10 years from overdoses from this stuff being brought into our country? And they make no attempt to try to stop it, Steve. They don't care. None. So, Steve, now I'm hearing stuff about the bird flu. That this bird flu has been manipulated. They have used gain of function on this bird flu to make it transmissible from birds to animals to humans. Did you hear that they're already got either grants or
yes,
it's the right word here for the vaccine for it? So they're going to unleash this thing. Say people, you do the same thing over and over and expect a different result. Steve, we're not dealing with rational people here. They are all in. I saw a video a couple days ago. It was a company video chat, not a chat, but it was a company meeting. You know how they do these virtual videos now?
Right.
You might have 10 people on the screen, right, all talking. Steve, they were just chomping at the bit, right, to be able to shut down some of these cattle farms.
Yes.
We have talked about what they have done, talking about trying to stop us from eating meat. what they have done in the Netherlands to the cattle industry over there. They are effectively trying to reduce our food supply, Steve. And people are saying
they want us to stop farming, Pappy. They want us to stop farming. I don't know what we're supposed to eat if you don't farm.
Yeah. And hey, let's just sell our farmland to China. Steve, listen, man. We're in deep trouble. Man. I hope everybody realizes the seriousness we're in here. Because, man, I don't want to have to, and I'm not the guy that, hey, I told you so. But I made a couple Facebook posts. I'm sure they use their little, what do they call that when the algorithms to control?
Right.
I only see one or two comments, and usually I get pretty many, so I'm sure I'm surprised they haven't taken a couple of them down. But one of them, I can't remember. There's a few things I said, but at the end I said, man, if you ain't right with God, now's the time to do it. I hate to talk like this, Steve, but I'm telling you, man, I think everybody's feeling it, man. Everybody feels that in the air. You could cut it with a knife. The tension that's going on in this country right now, and it's all by design. Last night when Cue Ball was talking, everything is by design. Talking about destroying the family, taking religion, taking God out of school, taking the Pledge of Allegiance out of school. This has been going on for decades. It's all by design. And they are all in. And we're not dealing with rational people here. These people are off the hook. They're evil. That's when you watch some of them. What were the movies with Dr. Evil?
Austin Powers.
Some of these authors, Dr. Evil.
Dr. Evil, yeah.
Sitting in his chair, petting his little no-haired cat, wanting to destroy humanity. I don't know, Steve. I think that's probably what we're dealing with here. All right, man.
So we'll take it one day at a time and see where it goes from here, right? Now he brought up the bird flu. You kind of wonder. Another farm worker in Michigan, a human case. The farm worker was quickly provided antivirals and is recovering from respiratory symptoms, according to Michigan health officials. The risk to the public remains low, although farm workers exposed to infected animals are at a higher risk. The Michigan cases occurred on different farms. So this is the second one in Michigan. There's no signs of spread among people. Risk depends on exposure, and in this case, the relevant exposure is to infected animals, according to the CDC. Of course, you go back with the first farm worker in Texas back in late March, what they called the first known instance globally of a person catching the version of the bird flu from a mammal. Just last week, Michigan officials announced the first case there. And neither of the Michigan workers, they say, were wearing face shields or other personal protective equipment, which tells us that direct exposure to infected livestock poses a risk to humans. PPE is an important tool in preventing spread among individuals who work on dairy and poultry farms. There are 100,000 to 150,000 workers on U.S. dairy farms, according to the United Farm Workers of America estimates. As of yesterday, H5N1 has been confirmed now in 66 dairy herds encompassing 9 different states. Then he brought up a vaccine. The United States government is nearing an agreement to fund a large-stage trial of Moderna's mRNA bird flu vaccine, according to the Financial Times, as the outbreak spreads in dairy cows. Moderna told Reuters News they're in discussions with the government on advancing their vaccine candidate, but not confirmed the funding. They had nothing further to add, they say. Federal funding from the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority could come as soon as next month and would include a promise to procure doses if late-stage trials are successful. The Department of Health and Human Services did not immediately respond to a Reuters request, but Moderna is testing the experimental shot mRNA 1018 against several strains of the virus, including the currently circulating H5N1. They said dosing in an early to mid-stage study of the vaccine was complete, and they expect data on that soon. The United States has a stockpile of bird flu vaccines matched with the strain currently circulating, as well as antivirals that could be used to treat human infections. For a major epidemic or a pandemic, however, the country would have to considerably scale up stock. The U.S. government is manufacturing about 4.8 million doses of CSL Seqirus bird flu vaccine. They're also in active conversations with Pfizer and Moderna, also on a potential mRNA vaccine. I'm not sure if these are these shots for the birds or are these shots for the humans, or I'm not really sure, but that's the latest there. Hey, we get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. I do believe the Carolina Monkey Gouger is in the house. What's happening?
Hey! Hey, Steve-O, what's going on?
How's your week at the Marina Del Rey been?
Well, I will tell you something. It's been an eventful week. I caught so many fish this week. I got the tennis elbow.
Oh, boy.
I had to go to the doggone doctor this morning. And they got the, you ever had that shot for the tennis elbow?
I've never had the shot, but I've had tennis elbow.
Well, he told me mine, my arm was swollen up from my wrist to my elbow. He said, I got to give you a little shot. He said, I'll be back in a minute. So he went in there and got this here machine and come back out there, and he's scanning all over my elbow and down that little, thing right there where your elbow is. Yeah, right here, X marked the spot. And he stabbed me. He didn't tell me he was going to do it. And, buddy, I come up out that chair. And he said, what you jumping for? It's over with. I said, that thing hurt like hell. You stuck me with a damn dull needle. That needle been used before. He started laughing. He said, you'll be all right. I said, okay. Well, about 45 minutes later, it started easing off. He gave me this brace, and I looked at him. I said, now, how the hell a one-armed man going to put this on? He said, well, wait a minute. They make one. They make one for a one-armed man. I said, well, that's the one I need. So he went back there and got another one, and he gave it to me and said, now, you need to wear this every day for about a month till this thing settles down. I said, all right. So I come back from the doctor, and sitting there, and I was thinking about, maybe trying to get one more fishing trip in the morning before, Debbie start raising hell. That doctor told you don't be straining. Don't be doing nothing to strain you. I said, cranking the boat motor up and driving to the fishing hole, that's strainiest? She said, well, you caught so many damn fish, it give you the tenderness elbow, so I think you just need to stay your butt home with me. I said, all right. Well, about that time, here come Biscuit and Boone driving up with their dad. Hey, can you keep them? Yeah, I got them. Oh, Steve, me and Boo were sitting out there in the swing, and we hear the damnedest racket you ever heard in your life. And I looked up, and I seen this tanker truck coming down the highway, sparks flying everywhere. I mean, we talking one of them big tanker trucks.
Yeah.
And he veered off the road right there at the house. About the time I looked up, here come two tires rolling right past him. I said, holy crap. So I run in the house. I told Debbie, get the babies and get the hell out of here. And she said, what's wrong? I said, a damn tanker truck just wrecked right here in front of the house. Now, I don't know if he's loaded or empty or what, but I said, get out the house, get these babies, no come back.
Because he's sparking, right? Okay. We got to pause there.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump has been found guilty in his criminal trial involving hush money. A New York jury recently delivered its verdict. Pending the jury's decision, he may potentially serve up to 4 years in prison. The charges stem from allegations of tampering with records prior to the 2016 election aimed at concealing payments made to adult film actress Stormy Daniels. Texas is grappling with severe storm aftermath as nearly 200,000 people remain without power following this week's onslaught. The outages, anticipated to persist for multiple days, are a consequence of widespread damage caused by strong winds. The area continues to face threats of hail, relentless winds, and flash floods. A surge of international arrivals at the California-Mexico border is putting pressure on already stretched federal resources, according to former acting ICE Director Tom Homan, who says it's affecting morale.
They're not doing what they were trained to do, and they're not securing the border. And Border Patrol now is offering big signing bonuses, and they still can't hire what they need to hire.
In the San Diego sector alone, Border Patrol has apprehended over 30,000 individuals from China this fiscal year, marking a staggering increase of nearly 9,000%. Lawmakers have expressed concerns about potential espionage by the Chinese Communist Party. House Republicans have requested access to Anthony Fauci's private emails and cell phone records. Congressman Brad Wenstrup made the request for the subcommittee investigating COVID-19's origins. The panel seeks communications about the Wuhan Institute of Virology and the pandemic's origins, citing new evidence that Fauci may have used personal accounts for official government business. Boeing is informing the FAA of its strategy for enhancing operations in response to a series of mechanical issues that commenced when a door plug blew out of an aircraft over Portland. The FAA has given Boeing a 90-day time frame to formulate its plan. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
An American Airlines flight bound for Boston from Washington, D.C.'s Reagan National Airport had to abruptly halt its takeoff to avert a potential runway collision. The FAA reported that an air traffic controller revoked the takeoff clearance due to another aircraft being authorized to land on a crossing runway. The FAA has launched an investigation into the incident. The IRS's tax-free filing program will be available nationwide in 2025, according to the Treasury Department. The agency is expanding its Direct File program, which saw over 140,000 users in the 2024 tax season, saving an estimated $5.6 million in tax preparation fees. This year, the program was limited to taxpayers in just 12 states. A Kansas City Chiefs player is being accused of animal cruelty. USA's Ryan Daniels has more.
2 misdemeanor counts have been filed in Alabama against Chiefs defensive lineman Isaiah Buggs. He's charged with cruelty to dogs in the second degree. That's according to the Tuscaloosa Police Department. They responded to a call of a Rottweiler and pit bull left on the back porch with no access to food or water at a homes that Buggs was renting. An agent for the 27-year-old NFL player denied the charges and claims Buggs is a victim of a campaign of subversion to shut down the hookah lounge that he owns in Tuscaloosa.
And a recent survey reveals that Americans are willing to pay $5.88 for a single hot dog. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
another hour. Here we go as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. So we got to get the rest of the story, right? Got a tanker truck crashed right in front of the house. You don't know what it's hauling, full, empty. What's going on? Panic. Get the kids out of here.
It's going haywire, Steve. And so Debbie and them took off out the backyard, out the back gate. I run out there, and this truck driver that was driving this tanker had to be the dumbest SOB I ever seen in my life. I run out there to where he's at. I said, "You okay?" He looked at me and says, "I don't need your help." I said, "Okay, boss, I'm gone." So I took off. Now, this thing's still smoking where it was dragging on the asphalt, sparking up and everything from the trailer tire running off of it. I look down the street there, and I'm leaving, and I see the two widow women that live down the street from us. I stopped, picked them up. I said, "Y'all get the pickup right now." I said, "I don't know what's on that truck. Don't know if it's loaded, empty. All I know it's got gas. It had gas on it, got gas on it. I don't know what's going on, but y'all get this truck this ride." So I'm leaving, going down toward Pinewood. The phone rings. JJ, he said, "Daddy, there's a tanker truck wrecked right there by your house." I said, "No crap." He said, "Where's the kids at?" I said, "They on the way to Debbie's sister up there in Sumter." I said, "Well, you know." He said, "Well, I just picked it up on the scanner." He said, "I'm off duty." He said, "That's Sumter County. I can't do nothing to Sumter County." I said, "Well, do me a favor. When they get this mess cleaned up," I said, "how about let me know about it?" He said, "Okay." So about 5 minutes later, he said, "Don't go back to your house for a little bit." I said, "Okay, all right, got it covered." He said, "They got help coming to the thing." I said, "Yeah, I just passed to them." So we go down there. Now you think about this, man. I got two 75-year-old women that are excited. They don't know what to do. They don't know what's going on. And so I said, "Hey, let's go get us the ice cream cone, So, boy, we go in the place and get the ice cream cone. They sitting there talking and carrying on, and I finally got them calmed down. It's amazing what ice cream can do. And so after about 2 hours, JJ called me and says, "Hey, I need you to, you can go home now." He said, "It's over with. They got him out. They got him up. They got him towed away from there. Everything's cool." They said he had a half a tank load on. I said, "Well, that's even worse." But anyway, we got it all taken care of. So I go back, take the widow ladies back home, get them in the house. Phone rings. My travel agent called me. He said, "Hey, got trouble?" I said, "Got trouble?" I said, "What kind of trouble we got?" He said, "Well," he said, "the trailer you supposed to be loading, it ain't cooling. You got to carry it to Thermo King." I said, "All right." So I jump in the truck. It's dark 30, and I started easing over to Columbia to get my trailer to carry it to Thermo King. And I get over there to the plant. Old buddy of mine that I bump in from time to time with, he was at the plant, and he said, "Hey, I'll buy supper if you go eat supper." I said, "Well," I said, "let me go run this trailer to Thermo King." And I said, "I'll be right back, and we'll go up the street and eat." He said, "Okay, all right, I'm buying." I said, "If you buying, I know I'm coming back." So I went up there and dropped my trailer, come back, and they got this here club up the street there from the plant, ain't about 200 yards. I've been by this place, I bet you 1,000 times, and ain't never looked over there that real close, And so I get back. He said, "Let's walk up here to this here go-getter club. They serve good hamburgers in there." I said, "Bo," I said, don't you think we kind of old to be going in here one of these establishments where they be jumping around in their birthday suit?" He said, "Man," he said, "the food's good. Tell you, I go up there a lot. It's okay." Steve, I'm going to tell you something. I bet you there ain't nobody in the United States of America ever witnessed this. Only in Columbia, South Carolina, we go walking up there and make the turn. I said, hold a minute here, DW, what the hell is this? This is a cemetery in front of this here establishment. He said, so? He said, dead people need entertainment too. I said, I ain't going in there. He said, what? I said, I ain't going in there. Damn cemetery in front of a strip club. I said, that's a bad omen, buddy. I am not going. He said, you got to be kidding me. I said, I don't care if they serve me T-bone steak for free in there. I said, any place that got a cemetery in front of it, I don't need to be in. And he said, you ain't going. I said, well, hell no, I ain't going in there. I said, there's a Hardee's or something down the street down. Let's go get my truck. So we went down there and set up for a Hardee's hamburger. But I can say I have actually witnessed something today I have never seen in my life, a cemetery in front of a damn strip joint. You ever seen that?
Can't say that I have, no.
So, anyway, that's about it. We start back out tomorrow night and start running again, feeding America, and at least fish will get to rest a little bit. I bet they happy, but that's the way my day went today, buddy.
Yeah, well, that's pretty exciting, no doubt. All right.
Yeah, and see, I didn't know all this was going on about Donald Trump. I was sitting over there, we're sitting at that Hardee's, and this guy was in there, man. He was raising mortal hell about what they done to Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, what the hell happened to Trump? He said, they indicted him on 34 counts. I said, do what? I said, yeah, they indicted him. I said, man, you got to be joking me. So I've been listening to the show coming back tonight and got a little bit of what's going on. I think it's America has if some people don't go to jail over this crooked law stuff, there's something dead wrong. And I reckon the only highlight of the night was they said that the people that was donating to Trump today crashed his website where they couldn't donate there for a couple hours. They got it back up and started collecting money again. So, that's where we at now. So, I don't know enough to digest it or anything else. So it's a sad day in America when they do this to a U.S. president.
That's what so many are saying. Yep, sad day in America. All right, well, Gouger, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Enjoy your last day off. You'll be hitting the road again tomorrow, right? Yeah, and I see the Facebook feed. Trump says, I was just convicted in a rigged trial. Democrats have a sick and twisted goal. Pervert the justice system against me so much that proud supporters like you will spit when you hear my name. But I know you'll never give up. You'll never surrender. I'm asking my strongest supporters to stand with me at this dark moment in history. We will defeat Joe Biden, but only with your support. Please chip in anything now. Little advertising pitch there from the Trump National Committee. Now, Pappy brought up the whole going to jail thing. I was looking at one breakdown. It says, if Mershon hands down a punishment that actually lands him behind bars, what is known as a custodial sentence, Mr. Trump would be no ordinary prisoner because the U.S. Secret Service is required by law to protect former presidents around the clock, which means its agents would have to protect him inside a prison if he was sentenced to serve time. Now, the prospect of a former president ending up on Rikers Island has been the topic of discussion among federal, state, and local officials. Even before the trial's opening statements, the Secret Service was in some measure planning for the extraordinary possibility of a former president's incarceration. In the days before the trial began in April, prosecutors asked Judge Mershon to remind Mr. Trump that attacks on witnesses and jurors can land him in jail even before a verdict is rendered. Shortly thereafter, officials with federal, state, and city agencies had an impromptu meeting about how to handle the situation. That behind-the-scenes conversation involved officials from the Secret Service and other relevant law enforcement agencies, focused only on how to move and protect Trump if the judge were to order him briefly jailed for contempt. Now, the far more substantial challenge, how to safely incarcerate a former president if he were to be sentenced to prison, that has yet to be addressed directly. According to interviews with some of a dozen current and former city, state, and federal officials, that's at least in part because a drawn-out, hard-fought series of appeals, possibly all the way to the Supreme Court, is all but a certainty. That would likely delay Trump's serving any sentence for months, if not longer, according to several of the people who, like other experts, have suggested a prison sentence is unlikely. Now, Justice Merchan, whom Trump has continually attacked as biased and corrupt, could well decide to sentence him to probation rather than prison time. That would raise the bizarre possibility of the former and possibly future commander-in-chief reporting regularly to a civil servant at the city's probation department. All right, it's all kind of like uncharted territory at the moment, but we'll get back to your calls right after this on a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, that would definitely be a Dumbass of the Week nominee. Thank you, Eskimo Mom. A Michigan man is behind bars after video appears to show him driving with a suspended license during a virtual court hearing. Corey Harris joined a routine Zoom court hearing on May the 15th as he had been charged with driving with a suspended license. It quickly became apparent to court officials that he appeared to be behind the wheel of a car, and the judge asked him if he was driving. He said, "Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, so just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now." The judge seemed both baffled and shocked, and Harris' lawyer asked for the case to be adjourned. "Okay, so maybe I don't understand something," Simpson said. "This is a driving while license suspended." "That is correct, Your Honor," said his lawyer. "And he was just driving and he didn't have a license." The judge revoked Harris's bond and ordered him to turn himself into jail that day. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving. I don't even know why he would do that. Harris was visibly frustrated at the judge's ruling, putting his head back against the headrest behind him and sighing, "Oh my God." Court records show he was charged with driving with a suspended license in October of last year. From the video, it appears he was indeed using his cell phone while driving, which could be an additional violation due to Michigan's hands-free driving laws. You big dummy. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Well, you just can't make this stuff up, Your Honor. I did hear that on the news yesterday. So, yeah, I should have forwarded it to you myself. But anyways, for doing that, I guess we have to say, hey, Becky, what day is it? What day is it, Becky? So, besides casual Friday for us, I guess it's
That's
Becky
her hump
day. Or
day.
it should be.
Yep.
So anyways, I don't know. So it's supposed to be casual Friday, but I don't know. With everything we got going on here, how casual can it really be? I don't know. Maybe we can make it. But no, this deal here. So where do we start? So anyways, President Trump is convicted. Now, where is he staying now? Is because normally if you have somebody that's convicted of a crime, they take him to jail until sentencing. You go to jail and start your jail term until you're sentenced, and then how long does this judge have to do the sentencing? I mean, is he going to come out next week and sentence him, or is this going to get drug on for
July 11th.
3 or 4 months?
He said the date is July 11th.
Okay. Well, at least that's not that far in the future, but it's far enough. So what's going on with President Trump? Is he required to stay somewhere and not be able to talk on, be talk to people, or have be able to do interviews, or what?
I don't.
What is?
To my knowledge, I don't believe the judge has lifted the gag order yet. That now that the trial's over, that should be lifted, I would think. But
you would think, but maybe he's going to have it on there and say that if you talk, then we're going to increase your sentence by so much, because, well, who knows with
right.
this? This is all uncharted. Everything we're doing is, all these rules are being made up as we go. As we need another rule, we just make another rule. But you just look at how this whole thing has been since, what is it, October of 2016? I mean, the Russian deal, and then you have the first impeachment, and then you have the second impeachment, and then you have the January 6th commission. Well, wait a minute. How biased was the January 6th commission that, our Republican representing us was Liz Cheney? How biased was that? I mean, we couldn't even choose the person we wanted on the committee. The Republicans couldn't choose the person. They got told who they were going to have on the committee.
Correct.
This stuff, as I say, they just, as the plays go on, as the game is being played, they just continue to make the rules up that they need at the time, not worried about the consequences of what their rules are going to be. At some point, I'm hoping, and it doesn't happen very often, that the Republicans actually pay attention to what these rules are that these people have made up on the other side, and say, well, if that's the way you want to play, well, we're going to throw our hat in the ring and start putting our people in and play the same way. And all of a sudden, they're not going to like it, but I'm sure they're going to have enough people in power somehow to keep changing the rules so that those rules aren't any good anymore, but they were good at the time. But I don't know. People seem to get convicted on things that are done lots of years ago. I don't know. I had a few other things I was going to talk about, and I was trying to remember how to say all that, and I don't know. I hope I said it clearly enough, but anyways, I don't know. It's just as you know, I used to say, way back in the day when you were on that other network there, that it's a crazy world. And how far off the rails? I mean, somebody not only is this off the rails, somebody has switched the switch, and we've gone down a siding that leads to the bridge that's only half done across the abyss. We're going somewhere, and somebody's been shoveling coal that they've infused with Doc Brown's 3 special logs to get to 88 miles an hour. I mean, this is just so far insane that you can't make this up. And the other night there, we were talking about Memorial Day and the service of our military people and remembering them and everything. And you talked about how Stephen was touched by 9/11, and people asked how that could happen, because nobody could fathom that somebody would weaponize a commercial jetliner as a weapon against people, but the terrorists can, because they can think that way. And what Pappy said, that should scare everybody. I mean, we have enough people that have come across this border that want to do harm to this country, that have the ability to make things or have things given to them to put things together, that whole deal, that movie, I don't remember the name of the movie, but they had the dirty bomb going to be at the football stadium or whatever.
I remember that one. It's been a few years ago, but hey, I've got to pause.
USA News Update. Former President Trump has been found guilty in his criminal trial involving hush money. A New York jury delivered that verdict on Thursday. Pending the judge's decision, he may potentially serve up to 4 years in prison. Texas grappling with severe storm aftermath as nearly 200,000 people remain without power following this week's onslaught. The outages, anticipated to persist for a number of days, are a consequence of widespread damage caused by strong winds. The area continues to face threats of hail, wind, and flash floods. The IRS's tax-free filing program will be available nationwide in 2025, according to the Treasury Department. The agency is expanding its direct file program, which saw over 140,000 users in the 2024 tax season, saving an estimated $5.6 million in tax preparation fees. This year, the program was limited to taxpayers in 12 states. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, I've got a clarification. Grump kind of explained, as Horse Feathers was asking, where's Trump now? Steve, a defendant is not remanded to jail if they were not already being held. These are low-level, white-collar crimes that would have a small bail amount anyway. Even after sentencing, Trump can remain out pending his appeal. I guess if things go as they're supposed to go, right? All right. So, yeah, we had to take care of the break there. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks, Your Honor. So, well, that's good to hear. So, I don't know. So, Pappy was asking the question there of talking about the Secret Service net. So who is in charge of the Secret Service, and how did they get that position? Are they appointed? I mean, I don't remember seeing a spot on the ballot to elect the leader of the Secret Service. So I was just wondering how that person gets his job, and what the influence of the controlling party is over the Secret Service. I mean, we've witnessed what happens with the FBI and the Department of Justice. So what influence is there over the Secret Service and the person that's in charge of that? So, as I say, we witness it every day with the DOT and the FMCSA or the FFS,
right,
as Mr. Gouger likes to call it. But anyways, so that'd be another question to look into. But to get back to that, I got a text that said it was Sunday. Whatever something needs to be replaced with is that name of that movie. That was it Morgan Freeman that was involved in that? I think maybe. But anyways, they had that dirty bomb in the briefcase or something for Washington D.C. and anyways, but the thing is that us normal thinking, non-harming people go about our daily lives. We can't even begin to imagine what these terroristic type people are contemplating thoughts of doing, whether it's staging stacks of bricks on the sidewalks for something that they're planning 9 months down the road, or what. We just can't even imagine what. So everybody should be scared of what Pappy just said because of the easiness of possibilities of something like that happening, even with the security that we supposedly have now with Homeland Security and, if you go to the airports, the TSA and all that. And don't believe you're safe for 1 minute because you're really not. But anyways, I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to scare people too much. Anyways, so I guess we'll let that go at that. We'll let other people go on with that. I guess as far as the bird flu thing goes, you're telling me that they've got a vaccination for the bird flu that works on that strain, but for how many years we've got this other flu that goes around the world and comes around the world every year and in like 4 different ones, and they make a flu shot that sometimes covers between an eighth and a quarter of the But this other one, this bird flu, they're talking can be 100%.
I don't think they said anything about 100%. I mean, they're waiting for results from the mid-level trials right now, and they're looking to take it to the next level. But it's another.
But it's for the.
It's for the H5N1.
But it's designed for this exact. They're going to target this exact one and have it work. I don't know. I got a lot of questions about that. Because, as I say, they've been trying to perfect this other flu shot here for how many years, and how many years have some of us taken it, and a lot of us haven't. And
right. Sometimes some years it's 30% effective. Some years it's 50% effective.
Yeah.
It's never 100%. Yeah, but some years it's way off. All right. Preparing for a third nationwide truck parking survey. The Federal Highway Administration is seeking comments on how it will collect information for the upcoming report. On May the 27th, they published a notice of request for information collection in the Federal Register to update the truck parking survey. They will be surveying a variety of stakeholders to assess the current state of truck parking. They'll be targeting groups that are responsible for providing or overseeing the operation of truck parking facilities and stakeholders that depend on such facilities to safely conduct their business, including state transportation and enforcement officials, port authorities, private sector facility owners, trucking company owners and drivers. Truckers will be asked about the location and frequency of insufficient truck parking and capacity at rest facilities, future parking needs and locations, availability of information on parking capacity, and other impediments to identification, access, and use of parking. They'll be taking comments at the regulations.gov website. A national truck parking survey was established by Jason's Law, Moving Ahead for Progress in the 21st Century Act back in 2012. Yeah, seems like yesterday, but I remember that story. Jason Rivenberg, who was killed while parked in an unsafe location. The issue was highlighted when Rivenberg arrived for his delivery and was turned away by the receiver. So he ended up parking at an abandoned gas station about 12 miles away from his destination, ultimately just to be fatally shot and robbed for the $7 he had in his pocket. $7. Hello, Brain Dead. Happy Monday.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding me, Steve. What's your plans on tap this weekend? You know, Skullbuster, pool, barbecue.
Well, I did get the pool open. I think the water's a tad bit chilly, so I ain't going to be getting in, that's for sure. Got a baseball game tonight. Rowan, this is going to be his first game that's actually been on a Friday or Saturday night. All of his games have been like on Tuesdays and Wednesday night. I'm sleeping when he's playing, so got to go see Rowan play ball tonight.
Oh, I thought you were going to mean how bad the Cubs are going to beat the Reds this weekend, but okay, I'll take that one. But anyway, you heard the latest about Graceland, didn't you?
I did cover that the other night. You know, if the story can be believed, it was, the totally fictitious guy out of Nigeria, right?
Yep. It just shows you how much crap is on the internet that these governments, and you can insert name, have put out there for the public to do and to manipulate. You know, our politicians did a good thing with the whole predatory towing bill. But this is something that should be done at a higher level, too, to protect people. And it's like one of these companies, I'm not going to name names, but they always talk about, you know, locking down the title to your house. Well, I think maybe their stock just blew up. What do you think, buddy?
Yeah, right. That's...
But now let me get into a little NASCAR here. You saw that Front Row Motorsports is going from a 2-car team to a 3-car team this year, didn't you?
So they're on the list of potentially buying one of Tony Stewart's charters, correct?
Well, they've bought the charter. That's hook, signed, sealed, and delivered. Who they bought it from and the amount is the one in question.
Okay.
Because Spire Motorsports bought the one last year for $40 million, and that's what everybody's using the benchmark on. But here's the thing that people are not paying attention to is what's going on with the team owners like Jeff Gordon and et cetera, and Hendrick and Childress and all of them, and the current charter system. NASCAR gets, I thought the deal was like $5.5 billion a year. I could be wrong, or over 10 years. I can't remember the exact numbers. But at the end of every race, the track itself gets 60%. And somebody broke it down to where the teams only get 20%. And they're saying, no, wait. We want more money here because it's costing us more to operate. Because, yeah, it's cost effective to go here and buy all the parts or there and buy all of these parts, and we're getting our engines from here and transmissions from here. Yes, it is cost effective, but look at the other part of the operations that go with this. You know, we're wanting more money, and that's what they're trying to get out of NASCAR, but NASCAR doesn't want to cough up any more money. NASCAR is a publicly traded company. They can go sell off more IPOs and more shares and go raise money that way. But honestly, truly, Front Row is got to be the most dumbest NASCAR team ever, and I will call them out. Because why would you go spend that kind of money for a third team, knowing that A, you have a battle for charters, B, you're going to be hurting to find sponsorship? Because if you look at why Stuart Haas is leaving, look at all the big sponsors that left. Because a lot of these sponsors will latch on to somebody like Kyle Larson or, insert name, and they will go no matter what. So if Kyle Larson was to leave Hendrick and go to Childress, he's going to take these sponsors with him. And with the economy the way it is, it's already going to be a tough enough fight. Because remember, what was it here a month or two ago that Jeff Gordon said Hendrick Motorsports has been losing money for the last 10 years. So I can see why their argument is valid. I see why they're having this fight with the charters right now, Steve.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting.
Because the charters are only for 36 teams. Because the other 4 teams that operate do not get any of that TV money. And that's what they're going for. And that's why these other teams are scrambling to get these charters, because they want that guaranteed money. I mean, I don't know how much it costs to run one of those teams on a weekly basis. I can't remember all the breakdown on it, on the tires and whatnot. But I know it ain't cheap too, Steve. But speaking of not cheap, do me a favor next time Philip calls in. I need you to ask him something for me.
Okay.
From Florida.
Mm-hmm.
I saw on a chat board on the internet today, just cruising around for a minute, that Disney World is coming out with a new attraction at the end of the year next year. Have you heard about this?
I can't say that I have. What is it about?
Well, they said the name of it is Haunted Joe Mansion. So I got to go. Bye to me.
And it's 12 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, get back at it here. Where'd we leave off there? Get the Eagles hanging with us. Morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead, Eagle. I guess you're pretty
Okay.
you're pretty thrilled about what transpired the past day, huh?
Yeah, I got to talk about that, Steve. I was gonna say, welcome for anybody out there who didn't think that, for anybody who didn't think that listen to your show, that didn't think we live in a banana republic or have a kangaroo government or have a military dictator style type courtroom where you got your answer. You got your answer today, so I really don't care what other individuals, whether they agree with me. There's somebody who talks on your show. I could say something, but I'm trying to mention people's names and stuff because I don't want nobody mentioning my name. But I really wish they would stop saying my name in their phone call. But I'm not going to go into detail that I don't feel like arguing. But anyway, Steve, the deal with Donald Trump, we already knew. I told you this last night. And here's the American people. I'm gonna say something tonight. I want the American people to get ready, because you think you've seen something. You think that you've seen something real big happen today, which you did. But you could get even bigger surprise in the coming weeks if they place Donald Trump behind bars. Because see, this guy here is a loser. This judge who works for the Democrats, who works for Joe Biden, who works for Barack Obama, who works for George Soros, and the list go on and on and on. And the ultimate goal is to get Donald Trump out of the race. And the only way to get him out of the race officially, and I want to see what happens with that in the coming days. These states that was trying to take Donald Trump off the ballot, and they were told they couldn't do it because Donald Trump hadn't committed a crime, he hadn't been convicted of. So we'll see if these people pop up in the next couple of days saying they're going to take Trump's name off the ballot because he's a so-called convicted felon, which is a total and ultimate joke. It's a slap in the face to any American. If you call yourself an American, you should be offended by what you've seen on the television screen today, because there's no reason in hell. As of tonight, Steve, there's still, I don't know, you don't know, and Donald Trump, that's especially Donald Trump, he still doesn't know what crime he's been convicted of. As far as I know, these idiots convicted him of a crime that they don't even know. All they know is that Donald Trump was going to walk out of that courtroom guilty of something. It don't matter what the hell but he was going to be guilty of some kind of crime one way or the other, because they wanted to have that on his resume. But I got bad news for these people, Steve. I'm voting for Donald Trump, and a lot of other people. I don't give a damn if he under the damn jail come November the 5th. I'm still voting for Donald Trump, whether he in jail or out of jail, because he's definitely better than that. I better not say that. Better than this guy we got in the White House right now. But like I said, Steve, here's what really disappoints me about this whole deal, this whole decision that was made today, is that Donald Trump didn't even get Donald Trump a chance to speak or nothing at his own so-called trial to these bogus jurors. And I'm really disappointed in the jurors, Steve, because they said that there was two guys in there that were lawyers. Two of these jurors were lawyers. You would have thought, like I told you last night, I was hoping that one of these people would have the guts to, because that's all it would have took was one person. They had the guts to say, no, I'm not going along with this charade. This is not right. This is ridiculous. I was hoping one of those lawyers just one of those people would want to do the right thing, and they didn't do it. That's really the damn shame about it, is that nobody would stand up and say, hey, I can't be a part of something like this. And and here's how you know that these people are guilty, Steve. There's a video out there now with Fat Boy Bragg, so-called guy up there in New York, when he was holding a press conference. These people were sitting back laughing. He's saying that he did a great job. And here's a really slap in the face, Steve. Bragg said that we have justice in America. Donald Trump got a fair trial, and we have fair justice in America. I couldn't believe that those words came out of the loser's mouth, that Trump got the fair deal, and you and I both know he didn't get no fair deal. But here's what's real scary. You know, you got the other guy who calls you Joe Pappy. He always listens to Dan Bongino, and I just happened to listen to him the last 2 days as I was driving along. And that guy there, he has the inside story, Steve, when it comes to the Secret Service and people that protect Donald Trump. And he said something today and yesterday that should concern every American, and least of all Donald Trump. He said that he has no confidence whatsoever in the woman that's in charge of the Secret Service of protection of Donald Trump. That he has no confidence in the people that are supposed to be protecting Donald Trump. And that's not good, and that's not good at all, because these people, that woman that's in charge of the Secret Service, is affiliated with the Biden people and the other individuals that are troublemakers. So it's a bad sign for Donald Trump all the way around, Steve. You know, because they're saying that if Trump was to go to jail, he might not come back out, if you know what I mean. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But this is the ultimate goal, Steve, is to get him out of the race. And here's the biggest slap in the face out of the whole deal. Just for anybody out there, because I know you got a couple of people that listen, like I said, told you the other show, who think that this whole deal is the real deal, that Donald Trump is not being railroaded. Well, here's another piece of information for you, my man. Steve, they said that the judge is supposed to come down with the conviction. What was it? June? What is it? July the 11th or something. And guess what? The Republican convention is supposed to start on the 15th. Just a couple of days before the convention, all of a sudden, this guy is supposed to have a ruling on the fate of Donald Trump. What a surprise. So we could, and I guess that's a coincidence too. So Donald Trump doesn't even know at this point, Steve, if he'll even be at his own damn convention, a Republican convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The judge could tell Donald Trump he's under house arrest and that he can't leave his home in Florida or New Jersey.
Right. And we know that could potentially happen there. But, hey, we've got to get to a news break here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump has been found guilty in his criminal trial involving hush money. A New York jury recently delivered its verdict. Pending the jury's decision, he may potentially serve up to 4 years in prison. The charges stem from allegations of tampering with records prior to the 2016 election aimed at concealing payments made to adult film actress Stormy Daniels. Texas is grappling with severe storm aftermath as nearly 200,000 people remain without power following this week's onslaught. The outages, anticipated to persist for multiple days, are a consequence of widespread damage caused by strong winds. The area continues to face threats of hail, relentless winds, and flash floods. A surge of international arrivals at the California-Mexico border is putting pressure on already stretched federal resources, according to former acting ICE Director Tom Homan, who says it's affecting morale.
They're not doing what they were trained to do, and they're not securing the border. And Border Patrol now is offering big signing bonuses, and they still can't hire what they need to hire.
In the San Diego sector alone, Border Patrol has apprehended over 30,000 individuals from China this fiscal year, marking a staggering increase of nearly 9,000%. Lawmakers have expressed concerns about potential espionage by the Chinese Communist Party. House Republicans have requested access to Anthony Fauci's private emails and cell phone records. Congressman Brad Wenstrup made the request for the subcommittee investigating COVID-19's origins. The panel seeks communications about the Wuhan Institute of Virology and the pandemic's origins, citing new evidence that Fauci may have used personal accounts for official government business. Boeing is informing the FAA of its strategy for enhancing operations in response to a series of mechanical issues that commenced when a door plug blew out of an aircraft over Portland. The FAA has given Boeing a 90-day time frame to formulate its plan. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
An American Airlines flight bound for Boston from Washington, D.C.'s Reagan National Airport had to abruptly halt its takeoff to avert a potential runway collision. The FAA reported that an air traffic controller revoked the takeoff clearance due to another aircraft being authorized to land on a crossing runway. The FAA has launched an investigation into the incident. The IRS's tax-free filing program will be available nationwide in 2025, according to the Treasury Department. The agency is expanding its Direct File program, which saw over 140,000 users in the 2024 tax season, saving an estimated $5.6 million in tax preparation fees. This year, the program was limited to taxpayers in just 12 states. A Kansas City Chiefs player is being accused of animal cruelty. USA's Ryan Daniels has more.
2 misdemeanor counts have been filed in Alabama against Chiefs defensive lineman Isaiah Buggs. He's charged with cruelty to dogs in the second degree. That's according to the Tuscaloosa Police Department. They responded to a call of a Rottweiler and Pit Bull left on the back porch with no access to food or water at a homes that Buggs was renting. An agent for the 27-year-old NFL player denied the charges and claims Buggs is a victim of a campaign of subversion to shut down the hookah lounge that he owns in Tuscaloosa.
And a recent survey reveals that Americans are willing to pay $5.88 for a single hot dog. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, look, there we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So, welcome into a Friday. One day closer to the greatest day of the week, right? Thank you, Captain Ron. Senor Heatwave, where are we at tonight?
Weed, California.
Weed.
Named after a banker, not the plant, but they've hijacked that to make it like it was, hey, Groovy Town, man. Kind of like the way the alphabet community has hijacked the rainbow. Oh, man, I tell you what. I was so damn mad last night I could have chewed lead and ate some gunpowder and shot cannon shot out my hind end. Oh, dadgummit. You ever have one of those days that no matter what you do or how you try to fix it, just goes to hell in the handbasket?
Some days are better than others, suffice it to say.
Oh, I tell you what, and hearing what Gouger had to say about what happened to him and Grump talking about Trump, you know, I don't know, it just makes it sound like I was having a pity party for myself on Facebook, but damn it, I mean, when you have so many things go wrong at one time, you know, you can't get a hold of anybody at corporate to help you out with a fuel ticket because the damn pumps ain't working at the yard, and then every 10 minutes you get kicked over to another section of the company where the answer is, that's not my job. You got to talk to these people at this. Yeah, right. You know, they don't want to hear what you have to say, kind of like that damn judge in Trump's case. You get a little frustrated. You know, and then when you figure out, okay, I'm going to a hotel. Well, you know, the first one, it demagnetized your key. So you get another room and you find out someone has broke in there. And left their leavings in the toilet bowl. But at least they were nice enough to wash their hands because you see the soap out of the container. Get to the third room, everything is just fine. It kind of reminded me of the story of Goldilocks and the Three Bears. This one's too dirty. This one's too nasty.
Right.
This one's just right.
Yep.
And then going to IHOP and paying $20 for a hamburger, onion rings, and iced tea. You know how much they're charging for iced tea in California at that IHOP? $4 damn. $4. Now, I mean, if it were a commodity that you couldn't get and it was in high demand, yeah, I could see it being that damn high. But no. And it wasn't even that damn good. So, I swear, anybody who thinks that Trump had a fair shake is either ignorant of what the law system in America should be, or they're a Democrat. Hell, they're probably both. You know, so, you know, this opened up a can of worms for Hillary, for Barack,
potentially
for Biden.
Yeah.
Yes. And, then they're going to say, oh, well, that's political. Well, what the hell do you think you just did to Trump?
That wasn't political.
And no. And another commonality, 3 black DAs. Now, you going to tell me that if it were a black man up there getting charged and it just so happened to be 3 white DAs that were charging a black person with nothing, that you wouldn't hear racism being screamed from one end of the country to the other? But we have to take it in this case because, well, it's Trump. Well, who in the hell gives a flying rat's behind? Like Grump says, hey, lady, the justice has to be blind, and the scales have to equal out. But, I mean, the scales were loaded against Trump from day one.
It was all premeditated, yeah. I mean, I don't think red, yellow, black, white, it doesn't matter what color those DAs were. It's New York, it's Manhattan, and they're all just one thing in mind is making sure they find Donald Trump guilty. That was all it was.
And this gives Biden the perfect out. Well, I'm not going to debate a convicted felon. Well, sometimes the wheels of justice, like the bureaucracy, I was going to say sleepwalks, but that could be the same thing. I mean, they slow walk everything when they want to. Like they did right after the election when Trump was asking, hey, let's do a recount. Some of this is bogus. Oh, they slow walked it through. And, I still disagree with the fact that Trump did not have a right to ask for a recount or, of the votes. It may be the law, like Grump said, but I don't agree with it. I think there's something seriously wrong. And to have Hillary question saying that, well, she won the popular vote, so she ought to be president. That's not what the founders had in mind.
Right.
I mean, hell, Al Gore questioned the damn election against Bush. Does that mean we can go ahead and go after him now? Yeah, there's a lot of can of worms that just got opened up, and they're crawling every damn where. So, anyways.
Well, hopefully,
what else was I going to talk
hopefully
about?
today's a better day, though, right? A better day or a better morning.
Well, let's hope so. Yeah, the movie Horse Feathers was talking about, and I was going way back until he mentioned Morgan Freeman. It's called The Sum of All Fears. Ben Affleck was Jack Ryan.
Yeah, okay. That was it. Yeah.
Yeah. That was, yeah. So I was thinking many, many, many years ago, back in the 70s, they had a fictitious Super Bowl, and they had 5 characters that were, watching the Super Bowl, and they had a sniper in the scoreboard taking pot shots at anybody and anything out there. And I think that was Sunday, Bloody Sunday, or something to that effect. I mean, it was like 72, 73.
I think that was
when he mentioned Morgan Freeman.
I think it was Al Pacino in that one, wasn't it?
No.
No?
No, Pacino wasn't in that one. No. So, Dog Day Afternoon he was in, but, yeah. Oh, I know which one you're talking about. Dadgummit. Any Given Sunday. That's what you're thinking of.
Okay.
Yeah. Then I got to thinking The Last Boy Scout with Bruce Willis. But, when he said Morgan Freeman, I knew exactly which one he was talking about. So, anyways, potato sludge on the highway, huh?
That's what they said.
Well, I wonder if it's any slicker than what I was shooting on the highway here the other night and just recently. Good night. Tell you what, this augmentin', when they tell you it's going to give you something to rival Mexican river water. I ain't kidding.
And then
anyway.
I saw you got the Mormon crickets out there, too. You've been sliding around on the Mormon cricket. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Cue ball, I presume. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Man, oh man. You know, it's weird with this whole thing with Trump. It's not like we didn't see this coming, but now that it has happened, I'm not going to lie. I guess I wasn't really prepared for it. You know what I mean? Like, you saw it coming, you knew it was coming, and now it's happened. It's like, oh, crap. I guess everybody kind of got their hopes up, but then you sit there thinking, you know how after a case, the names of the jurors, they do get out, don't they?
Normally.
Yeah. Can you imagine? You're, what is it, 12 jurors and how many alternates? Like 4, I think? Or 6? I can't remember.
I think it was 6. 6 alternates.
Anyway.
Yeah.
All right, so you got 12 jurors, 6 alternates. It must be the dumbest people in Manhattan that couldn't figure out how to get the hell out of jury duty. I mean, let's be honest. And if you are the one juror that was honest, what do you think this government is going to do to you? If you're the one juror that makes it a hung jury, you think you're going to be a lawyer in Manhattan or a sales, whatever the hell, or whatever the hell to break up all them people were? What do you think your life is worth after that? Not much. They could do that to a president. I don't care what you are. But you're probably not going to be, I don't know. I would be, if I was on that jury, I'd be professing how much I loved life. And I would never, ever do anything to myself, ever, ever, because that would be the person they would suicide. No doubt. But we already knew this was coming.
Yeah.
Steve, people need to start looking at the situation for what it is if they've been waking up to what's actually going on. Lawfare is nothing new. Been doing this for a long time. This is just out in plain sight, and we're not even going to hide it anymore. But they've been doing it to the American citizen for a lot of years. These rules that they go with, the average person never sat through a trial, whether they were being accused of something or a friend of theirs is being accused of something. And it's so funny how in many different states, the rules, they tend to vary a little bit. Steve, have you ever been arrested?
I have
you
not.
You got to answer that.
I have not. No, I've never been behind bars. No.
In Ohio, or at least in a particular township in Ohio, when do they read you your rights?
I guess when you're
like
placed
TV?
under arrest, right? When they place you under arrest, they read your rights, don't they?
About 30 seconds before your arraignment. Prior to your arraignment, Steve, they don't read you your rights in Northern Ohio. I'm not going to say specifically where, but they don't read you your rights as they're putting you in a squad car and taking you away. You're hooked. You're put in your process. You make your bail. You show back up to court, and they wheel a TV monitor out where the judge then reads you your rights, and then he put the TV monitor back away. It's a recording, by the way. And then the judge comes out and then starts arraigning everybody that got arrested overnight. I've seen it a few times already. They play their little games. They got to Mirandize you, but they're not going to do it
as you're getting hooked. Now, some places do, but some places don't. I watched a trial in the state of Wisconsin. I had to do with a friend of mine, a legit friend of mine. And could you believe that you cannot mention in the trial the probable cause of which you're standing in jail, on trial for? The very thing that they do to you to give you, it's a breathalyzer. In the state of Wisconsin, the breathalyzer is probable cause for your arrest. But you cannot discuss the breathalyzer in court. Either side cannot mention it. It's a mistrial if you do. But that's the probable cause of which you were arrested. I'm confused. The jury instructions at the case were, it does not matter whether you were drunk at the time of the stop. It matters whether you were drunk at the time of the blood draw 3 hours later. Ain't that something? So if you've got a belly full of liquor you just drank, but you were stopped because somebody got butt hurt and the stop was a setup, it doesn't matter whether you were legally sober at the time. Remember the breathalyzer being not probable cause but inadmissible? Funny how that played out. You were sober at the time of the stop, but it took your belly time to metabolize and absorb the alcohol you drank. So when they hold you and then blood test you, oh, you're drunk. But you weren't drunk at the time you were stopped. I've seen this play out before. It's just nowhere near as obvious and nowhere near as public. But lawfare is nothing new. And we have allowed it to happen because when it happens to a friend of mine, nobody gave a crap other than me and a few other people. Wisconsin is a few things. They're crying and whining about Trump's gag order. That's the first time we've ever seen a gag order before? Wait, they've been doing it for a long time and a lot of other people. I mentioned on your show, I don't know, maybe about a month ago, a very famous case during I should have looked it up. I'm sorry I forgot about it. The Obamacare senator that we were electing in Wisconsin, and the one that was supposed to vote against Obamacare, and when they were electing that person, the people that were funding their election campaign, they did the no-knock SWAT raids and immediately put these people on gag orders. Meanwhile, the state and the federal government were leaking like a sieve, talking a whole bunch of crap about these people, but they couldn't talk about it or it would be their asses sitting in jail. Meanwhile, the government's running their mouths nonstop. No one really talked about that. The only one that really made any hay about that one was Rush Limbaugh, where he was like, I remember he was talking about that a lot. It was completely unconstitutional, but seeming like he was the only one who cared about it, and nothing happened afterwards. They didn't do anything about it. Steve, when a judge blatantly is doing wrong, there's like no ramifications to the judge. I said this all the time. It's like this new precedent now where the Supreme Court tells Biden you can't do something, and Biden does it anyway and tells the Supreme Court to go after yourselves. What are you going to do about it? Yeah, that's what I thought. Nothing. And judges do it. Lawyers do it with absolute impunity. District attorneys do it. The whole Kyle Rittenhouse trial was absolute lawfare. Whatever happened to that DA? Nothing. The judge retired, I'm pretty sure. But it was one of the last of the honest judges, it seems like, with him. But they ran that dude through the ringer. My point is, Steve, we have to get control of our criminal justice system and make it actually function. It should not be the way it is. But no one's doing anything about it. maybe now something can start. You start to have, we start looking into how to rein in these corrupt-ass judges and these district attorneys and so forth. The system that they built, which is a good system if it works, but it doesn't. I emailed you an article earlier today. It was a whole thing about qualified immunity. And today's probably a bad day to talk about it, but it turns out that qualified immunity was invented by the Supreme Court in either 1967 or 1968. Congress never made it in a law. How come it's, well, because it's precedent now. The Supreme Court invented it. But it's not just qualified immunity when it comes to police. I want to see something happen with these judges, district attorneys, and so forth. Until that actually happens, I just don't know what's going to come of it.
Yeah. Well, I know
when you look at the overarching thing.
I know. I mean, in the event that the obviously they're going to appeal. And if it is overturned, Trump's already alluded to there's something he can file against that judge for what transpired. I have to see if I can find the rest of that.
You're gonna file a piece of paper, and oh no, he's gonna have a piece of paper on oh no, whatever shall we do? You wrote a piece of paper. Oh no, unless that man sits his ass in the slammer, nothing is accomplished. That judge should sit in jail. He knows he's retiring after this. He doesn't give a rip. Alan Bragg don't give a rip. They're done. They've done everything wrong. Just by the way that they've done this trial, they know it's over. They're going to get some cushy-ass job. They're going to be taken care of. Like, you're going to file something against the judge. Unless that judge sits in jail, it's worthless. Oh, no, we wrote a piece of paper. It's kind of like you did. I know it's the exact different thing. And it was covered in a movie. Did you ever actually sit down and watch the movie Straight Outta Compton about NWA and all that?
No, have not seen that, no.
Well, the federal government the FBI sent a letter to the record executive that was running NWA. And, the record executive goes to all the guys in the band, and they're like, hey, we got this letter. We can't be doing this no more. And Ice Cube and Eazy-E, they look at it, they're like, wait a minute. You're afraid of a letter? It's a piece of paper. Really? That's what this is about. You're afraid of a letter? Really? Talk about the whole overarching thing with Trump and the country in general. It gets frightening. So 9/11 happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what?
Yeah, we gotta pause there as we bottom of the hour. It's time for a news break.
USA News Update. Former President Trump has been found guilty in his criminal trial involving hush money. A New York jury delivered that verdict on Thursday. Pending the judge's decision, he may potentially serve up to 4 years in prison. Texas grappling with severe storm aftermath as nearly 200,000 people remain without power following this week's onslaught. The outages, anticipated to persist for a number of days, are a consequence of widespread damage caused by strong winds. The area continues to face threats of hail, wind, and flash floods. The IRS's tax-free filing program will be available nationwide in 2025, according to the Treasury Department. The agency is expanding its direct file program, which saw over 140,000 users in the 2024 tax season, saving an estimated $5.6 million in tax preparation fees. This year, the program was limited to taxpayers in 12 states. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, following the guilty verdict, it was just real quick. I thought it was the judge they were talking about suing. I guess it's Alvin Bragg. When asked if the legal team will take action following a possible acquittal, they said, I think we'll have to consider our legal options, but I believe the case for malicious prosecution is extraordinarily strong here. This is not a case that would have been brought against any defendant not named Donald Trump, and any defendant who, frankly, wasn't running for president. So I don't know what would the penalty for malicious prosecution be. I have no idea, but that was the word, cue ball.
Right. and it's the same jurisdiction. You'd have to bring them up on something federal, and the feds don't have any appetite for that either, at least not right now. So no one's going to do a day in jail because nobody ever does a day in jail unless they want you whacked. Because Jeffrey Epstein hung himself. When they want you whacked, they know where to put you, where you can't get the hell out on your own accord. That's kind of a scary thought. So, Steve, let's go into some basics here. Let's try to because it's funny how people know the information but don't put two and two together necessarily because no one thinks about this stuff. So we all remember 9/11. What was born after 9/11?
The TSA,
which works for the
government,
Department of Homeland Security.
Correct. The Patriot Act.
Yep. Well, yeah, I was going to go there, but yeah, Patriot Act's part of it. But that's not where I'm with this point I'm making. But the Department of Homeland Security was invented after 9/11 happened, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Horse Feathers was talking about the Secret Service. I believe the woman's name that is the director of the Secret Service is something like Kim Cheadle or something along that line. But who does she report to now? She might be the director of the Secret Service, but she has a boss. Who is that person? The Secret Service is under the umbrella of the Department of Homeland Security. And who runs that? That'd be Alejandro Mayorkas, would it not?
Okay.
So you tell me who's calling the shots of what Secret Service is going to do when it comes to Trump's possible incarceration. The Biden administration says, well, what goes and what stays.
So, okay, the question, just a quick, who does the Secret Service report to? The director reports to the Secretary of Homeland Security and operates with the general directions thereof. Prior to March 1st of 2003, the Secret Service was part of the Department of Treasury. So now it's, yes, Secretary of Homeland. So that's Alejandro Mayorkas. You're correct.
He calls the shots. Ain't that something? Now, let's get further on here. Okay, I don't know the answer to this question, and I don't think we are supposed to know the answer to this question. So I'll ask it as an open-ended, I don't want the answer. We do know as fact a current president always has an escape plan to get the hell out of where he is real quick. 9/11 taught us that because they grabbed Bush, they threw him in that limo, and they hauled ass to get to that airplane, and that airplane got in the air real quick. So we know that there are plans to get a president moving. If he's at the White House, he's got a bunker. If he's somewhere else, they got a way to get him to a bunker.
Mm-hmm.
That's already figured out. What about a former president under Secret Service protection? Does he have that same? He's not a current president as of right now, right? So can they get him out of a spot real quick like they would have if he was the current president? Don't know. Don't want to know. Well, I do want to know, but I'm not stupid enough to think I would ever get that answer. However, with that being said, what do you do with a president in jail? Sitting in Rikers, even if the Secret Service did cordon off a whole wing just for him. Can they get him out of there quick? Should, say, somebody decide to put a missile in Rikers Island?
Right.
The Chinese, I don't think, are quiet enough to get that done via submarine, but the Russians are. and with the current commander-in-chief, do you really think anybody fears a counterattack or retaliation from us? Do you really think if you put Trump in Rikers Island and Rikers Island was taken out by a foreign government, do you really think that foreign government is afraid of what we would do? Considering we do not have mutually assured destruction for as far as a nuclear attack. Biden is the only guy that can authorize the release of nuclear weapons, and he's mentally out of it. And we know this. Everybody knows this. It's the poorest. It's the worst kept secret on planet Earth. But even if it wasn't a nuclear attack and it was a conventional attack, do you really think that this government is willing to go to war with somebody like Russia or China because they took out a former president sitting in jail? There are senators, I forget the name of the senator. I don't remember where it's from. Bongino talked about this. There is, might be Georgia. They're trying to take his Secret Service protection away, period, once he's convicted. There
was legislation introduced, correct, to take away Secret Service protection from a convicted felon. Now, there was another representative that immediately introduced something to make Secret Service protection forever, no matter what, that was introduced. I'm not sure where either one of those have gone, but yeah, they actively.
These people do not care.
They want to take his Secret Service protection away. Sure.
Okay, what does that really mean, Steve?
Well, that means they
don't want. They want him gone. They want him done.
That's what Pappy said.
They want him pushing up daisies. He's out.
They want him not breathing.
That's what they want.
Yes.
Exactly. They don't care how they got to do it. That's the scariest part of all. When you start realizing the Secret Service is ran effectively by Alejandro Mayorkas, and that's who's protecting Trump. If you're a foreign adversary right now, Steve, you do not want Trump elected, let alone inaugurated. And I'm starting to wonder if that's not the goal here, is to incarcerate him. And Pappy said it earlier, and he's 100% right. If you put him in one area where it's very difficult to get him out, I mean, we couldn't even figure out a damn balloon flying over our country. You mean to tell me you mean to tell me they could intercept or get him out of an area should some country decide to surface a submarine and send a handful of missiles to New York? Being in prison kind of complicates it. I don't know what the difference is between whether you're sitting at Trump Tower or sitting at Rikers. Or in court. I don't know, but it's getting downright scary because everyone's afraid of Trump. And if you're a foreign adversary and you could do something about him before he comes back, you know this government isn't going to do spit about it.
Yeah.
S-P-I-T.
Yeah.
They're not going to do anything because they know. That's scary right there, man. That is real.
It is scary thinking. I mean, I didn't realize, because the question was asked earlier, who does the Secret Service report to? Yeah, Horsefeathers asked that, and that was the quick response, the head of Homeland Security. So the same guy, Alejandro Mayorkas, who's in charge of the southern border. Yeah, same guy that's been telling us, hey, that border is secure for the last 3.5 years. And there is absolutely no love lost between one Alejandro Mayorkas and Donald J. Trump. That's all I know. All right, I want to move on down here to Pup is on board. How we doing, Pup?
Oh, pretty good. How you doing?
Well, Friday, and it hasn't been very casual, has it?
No, and and what I've got to bring up probably isn't too much casual either, but you had two stories that have me a little bit worried. You know that bird flu vaccine that you were talking about injecting the animals with? What's happening to some of these younger people and stuff? And once they get that spike protein in them and stuff, or the what is that? HRMA?
The mRNA. And I mean, the story was, it says the U.S. nears a deal to fund Moderna's bird flu vaccine trial. I mean, and I'm trying, I mean, they're saying 4-point-some million vials of it, doses. And are they looking to give the birds the injection, or is this for,
I think
this
they're
is for
looking
humans.
to give the birds and the beef that, and we don't want that in our food supply, because they tried to give all of us the jab when we were working through all of this crap, and I don't want any of that. I mean, I know where my beef comes from, so that ain't happening with me. But that's just something to think about, because that I can't remember what it's called, to tell you the truth, Steve. It's spike something.
Spike protein.
But, there's people that are on medication now to get rid of all of those out of their system. So, but there's one other thing. On the, I think the Democrats have one more ace in the hole to try to get Trump. Eagle was exactly right, but he was pretty correct. All they have to do is lose 2 more seats from Rhino and Congress, and if they do, then the Democrats take over, and before the election, they can find him guilty of insurrection. The court said insurrection. The felonies and stuff won't hurt him. But that's, I mean, there's lots of people talking about that. But it seems awful funny that we keep losing congressmen out of there. Congress has to do the deals. So I heard you say your pool isn't very warm yet?
No. I mean, we've got, I mean, currently it's like 54 degrees outside. So, I mean, these are overnight temperatures. The water temperature's way down.
You got a solar cover for that?
The one I had was dry rotted, so currently I do not. You know, they only last a few years. I mean, they
yeah,
the dry rot.
I had a above ground pool at one time when my daughter was young. Hey, have you talked to Double R? How's his wife doing?
You know, I hadn't got an update in probably a week or two.
Oh, well, the only reason that I ask is I seen like 3 of the trucks that he drives for going down 69 tonight. I thought, I wonder if one of them's Double R, and wonder how she's doing and stuff. No, I just thought I'd call in. I know it's supposed to be Casual Friday, but I don't think that's a good idea to put that stuff in our food.
Well, that's if that's what it's for. Okay. Well, thank you much, Pub. I went back to the story here. Now, try to decipher this. The United States has a stockpile of bird flu vaccines matched with the strain currently circulating, as well as antivirals that can be used to treat human infections. For a major epidemic or a pandemic, however, the country would have to considerably scale up stock. I'm guessing that's, and Pappy said that's for us. It's for the humans. Meanwhile, didn't asked Senior Heatwave about this. Happened out in his neck of the woods yesterday. An F-35 fighter jet reportedly went down after takeoff near Albuquerque. Bernalillo County Fire and Rescue, along with Albuquerque Fire and Rescue and Kirkland Air Force Base personnel, responded to an aircraft crash near Kirtland Air Force Base. According to the sheriff's office there, they described the aircraft only as a single occupancy craft. According to WFAA TV, spokesperson for Lockheed Martin confirmed that the downed aircraft was indeed one of their F-35Bs, that short takeoff and vertical landing variant that was developed for the Marine Corps was being flown by a government pilot, going from Fort Worth, Texas, to Edwards Air Force Base in California, had stopped at Kirtland to refuel along the way. But yeah, the WFAA reported the single occupant was able to eject before the plane went down. First responders reported they located the pilot nearby and transported him to a local hospital. So that's just, I guess, add that to the kind of string of F-35 variants that have had accidents and mishaps in recent years. But a quick timeout. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
There was another industry headline. This guy doing his part to save the planet. Now, from CDL Life, a company in Utah made the state's first electric semi-truck investment in an attempt, he says, to be part of the solution to the problem. Utah Paperbox CEO Steve Kaiser says he ordered the electric semi from Volvo more than 2 years ago for $500,000. Now the electric rig has finally arrived, making it the first to be put to work in the state of Utah, apparently. That's kind of how we roll, he says. I think in 2009, when we put the solar panels on our building, we were like the 9th largest producer of solar in the state of Utah. If the air gets worse, I have to deal with it. So I'm trying to be a part of the solution to the problem. So the company's replacing a 25-year-old tractor trailer with their newer electric semi investment in hopes of using 800 fewer gallons of diesel a month. Kaiser said that he expects the electric semi to save him about $2,500 in fuel costs every month, meaning that the company might see a return on investment in more than 10 years. Okay. Did you think about the fact, hey, what's the life expectancy of these vehicle batteries? Oh, yeah. Right about 10 years. And what is the cost of replacing the batteries for an electric truck? We know the cost is 10 to 20 grand for a battery for a vehicle. And I think these big trucks are using the equivalent of like 5 vehicle batteries. Did you think of that? Anyway, Utah Paperbox plans to use the rig to make deliveries from Salt Lake City to Provo, then to Ogden, and hopefully to Logan without running out of charge. Now, he said it's one step at a time. There's nobody out there that really knows. I mean, we're the first. They have installed roof-mounted solar panels, which they plan to use to charge the electric semi-truck in as few as 3 hours, they say. So 10 years to get your return on investment for the fuel savings. Of course, now, if you're using the solar and it's all you're able to use just the solar, whatever you had to invest in the solars. But then, 10 years. I mean, typically, don't most trucking companies want to turn their inventory over every 3-4 years? I guess if you're running a 25-year-old truck, that's still belching out some pretty nasty emissions, but okay. Carl, I'll tell you what, Carl, I looked at the clock there, and we're only like a minute and a half from news break, so I'll put you back in line there and come right back to you as we kick off that final hour. Very good. All right, in the Pacific Northwest, I mentioned a pretty significant storm will be bringing a month's worth of rain this weekend to some areas in the Northwest. Widespread rainfall, 2 to 4 inches will fall on the central Oregon coast, on north, as well as the central and northern Oregon and Washington Cascades. Pockets of 4 to 8 inches of rain on the west-facing slopes of the Olympics and the coast ranges from Oregon on north. Now, he said along the Interstate 5 corridor of Washington and northern Oregon, 1 to 2 inches of rain likely to fall there. The bulk of the rain in Seattle and Portland will fall Sunday through Sunday night. Some leftover showers come Monday there. But rivers draining from the Cascades to the coast will be rising with quick flow rates. Now, no major flooding anticipated, but some minor flooding may occur in the most susceptible areas, especially along some of the smaller streams. So, pretty significant soaker of a storm for this time of year. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250 TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Former President Donald Trump was found guilty Thursday of falsifying business records to cover up a hush money payment made to adult film star Stormy Daniels, making him the first former president to become a convicted felon. The unanimous verdict from the 12-person jury ends a 6-week trial in which prosecutors allege the former president orchestrated an illegal conspiracy to influence the 2016 presidential election. The former president reacting to the verdict.
It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. But the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here.
The storm cleanup and power outages are continuing in the Lone Star State. USA's John Schaefer has the details.
Texas is grappling with severe storm aftermath as nearly 200,000 people remain without power following this week's onslaught. The outages, anticipated to persist for a number of days, are a consequence of widespread damage caused by strong winds. The area continues to face threats of hail, relentless winds, and flash floods throughout the day.
The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is implementing new rules for companies who use buy now, pay later methods of payment for their customers. The Bureau's director, Rohit Chopra, explaining to Fox Business that this payment method is now part of everyday e-commerce and insists it'll help protect those who use it from scams and abuse.
So much of this is common sense. I think this is good for consumers, but it's also good for buy now, pay later companies, because it is a way that they can build more trust in their product.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A jury is finding the alleged leader of a doomsday cult, Chad Daybell, guilty of killing his wife's 2 children and his former wife. Last year, his wife, Lori Vallow Daybell, was also found guilty of the 3 murders and was sentenced to life in prison in a separate trial. A surge of illegal immigrants at the California-Mexico border is putting pressure on already stretched thin federal resources, according to former acting ICE Director Tom Homan, who says it's affecting morale.
They're not doing what they were trained to do, and they're not securing the border. And Border Patrol now is offering big signing bonuses, and they still can't hire what they need to hire.
One top Israeli official says the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza will probably last another half of a year. USA's Ryan Daniels with more.
Israel's national security advisor made that claim Wednesday on public radio, saying they could expect another 7 months of combat. He said it's to, quote, achieve the destruction of the military and governing capabilities of both Hamas and the Islamic Jihad, end quote. He added, Israel does not want to rule Gaza, and that the 2 million Palestinian residents of Gaza have already been held hostage for 17 years by Hamas.
The Mega Millions jackpot is continuing to climb. Friday night's jackpot is worth an estimated $522 million. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
All right, so we'll kick off a final hour. One more time around we go on a Friday morning. Hello to Daniel. Good morning from over by Jamestown, North Dakota. 47 degrees. Sad day in American history when this country's turned into a third world rat hole style government where you put your political opponents in jail because you can't win legally. So in reality, Joe Biden and his administration are no different than Saddam Hussein or Pol Pot, Mao Zedong. Remember, Joe's puppet master actually admired those leaders for their leadership quality, along with Bill Ayers, who was only out of prison on a technicality. I mentioned the electric truck guy there in Utah. Electric truck in Utah in the wintertime. That ought to be fun. Again, anybody say massive corrosion and problems with the electrical system due to the magnesium chloride they put down on the highways and the salt? That is correct. Rubber Duck, good morning from beautiful downtown Flint, Michigan. And he said, by my calculations, that Utah electric truck is running out of juice around Provo, Utah. Yeah, the Volvo. I don't know what the stats on that Volvo electric truck are. How many miles per charge do they get? And everything always, of course, depends on weather conditions, cold temperatures. Okay. Oh, I did. Speaking of cold temperatures, I mentioned the big storm coming into the Pacific Northwest real quick. This system will actually bring some snow to the high country. But not down to most of the major pass levels. Snow is not uncommon up high in early June, they say. However, rain and fog with increasing winds will create some slow travel over the passes. Monday, snow levels get down to as low as 5,000 feet. We're talking 6 to 12 inches of snow in the Cascades from northern Oregon through Washington above the 7,000-foot level, with a few inches down to maybe 6,000 feet Sunday night through Monday. Monday into Tuesday, it looks like the storm will also likely produce snow on the highest elevations of the Rockies in western Montana and Idaho. For those venturing into the high country of the national parks, be prepared for changing weather conditions, including mixed rain and snow, as well as strong winds. Now, strong winds. Trees that have leafed out may face more stress than trees free of leaves during these winter storms. Strong winds from the storm may bring down more trees or large limbs than typically occur with some wintertime storms. Winds initially won't be as strong as we see with some October and November storms, but there will be 40, 50-mile-an-hour gusts along the Washington and Oregon coast. Then also some of the high spots in the Cascades. Localized gusts may approach 60 miles per hour. Winds strong enough to cause travel difficulties, tree damage, and power outages will extend inland across portions of Idaho, Montana, and even the Dakotas next week. Now, this is kind of an advance notice. That same system coming in over the weekend in the Pacific Northwest will be bringing severe weather for the upper Midwest. June to July is the time of year when the severe weather threat generally expands northward in the U.S., and this system will likely demonstrate just that, interacting with surging warmth and moisture over the northern plains in the upper Midwest early next week. The result will be an eruption of thunderstorms that quickly turn heavy, gusty, and then severe on Tuesday from portions of Kansas and Missouri northward to much of Iowa, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, even central and eastern Nebraska and the eastern Dakotas next week. A wide range of severe weather is likely, from storms on Tuesday, high winds, large hail, and yes, a few tornadoes. Wind gust could reach 85 miles per hour for this event on Tuesday. So it looks like we'll start next week with some action-packed weather. Morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Appreciate it, buddy. Interesting show you got going on here tonight. Lots of good comments made by everybody. It's good to know that there's a nice conservative show out there that really takes it to heart what American patriotism is all about. And this business of the Democrats has been coming on for a long, long time. And I do believe that they intend to incarcerate President Trump. That's what their goal is. And they're about to meet their goal, and they are dancing. They are yelling, and they're getting with it right now as far as that goes. And this TV show, The View, I'm sure today will probably be a big party. You know, they will probably have the cake and ice cream out there this morning, and
they'll be dancing on the desk.
It's going to be dancing on the table and the poles and everything else they can get a hold of, I'm sure. But this deal about this, I tell you, all humor aside there, it's going to get really real here coming up here pretty soon, because Hunter Biden is going to be going on trial, I believe, this coming week. And his situation, in my opinion, is so much worse than what they have in mind for Donald Trump. I mean, this Hunter Biden situation is clear cut as far as him breaking the law, so to speak, goes. And he has done so many things that's broken the law, having a gun when he is not supposed to be having this gun, and that's what the main issue is about his trial that's coming up. But the laptop situation is really, really incriminating. There are so many people that have copies of that laptop, congressmen and women and the senators, all of them have copies of this laptop on discs that they can just plug into a computer and just view this laptop information at any time that they want to. And he has really, really broken the law on every count. I mean, there is so much that he's done. And if they cannot come up with a conviction of Hunter Biden, then and they convict Donald Trump the way they have, and he goes to prison. I've been listening to your news reports on the news. Their goal is 4 years, apparently. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing 4 years. They want him to be in prison. Now, that covers the next election period, okay? So if we do elect him as president, they're going to say, well, they've elected a president who's going to be in jail for 4 years, you know? And, how funny is that? You know, I mean, they're just all the time seeking warfare against the Republicans. They are poking the bear, Steve. They are poking the bear. And eventually the bear will raise its claw, and the claws of a bear are not friendly, okay? And when this comes, okay, they're going to get what they want, what they've been asking for, okay? Not really what they want, but they've been asking for the Republicans to come out and do something. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. The insurrection was not an insurrection, okay? Those people just came there to basically show their displeasure with the election, and they did a few things they shouldn't have done, and everybody knows that, what went on there. But what I'm talking about is internal warfare within the United States of America. Okay, this business with China and Russia that's going on right now, they're just standing back watching us. They're looking at us. They're saying there is a powder keg brewing in America right now. Let's just watch it. Let's just watch what happens here, you know, because it's coming. The boiling point is about to boil over. And we're about to come to the threshold of what we're going to have to do to save our republic. And what I mean by that is it's going to be serious, okay? And everybody, Pappy's call was sort of getting to that point, okay? And what I'm saying is there's another point of contention we're coming up to as well with the Democrats that affects both Democrats and Republicans, and that's the issue of Social Security. On the checks of Social Security, when you work and you put into your Social Security fund, you expect to receive those funds when you get ready to retire, okay, from your job. They are talking seriously about cutting back on that account. Well, what do we think is going to happen when they start cutting the money from that fund there that's going to be paid, supposed to be paid to the people who have earned that money, Democrats and Republicans alike, okay? There is going to be extreme unrest. There is going to be extreme unrest when that happens. China and Russia know this. They know everything that's going on within our internal workings in this United States here right now. It's no longer the United States of America. Okay, let's get real. It's not united. We do not have a united country right now. We haven't had one for quite some time. And this business of saying that these judges are supposed to be, well, you're supposed to go by their rulings and that this, that, and the other. Well, listen, this judge in particular is showing just exactly why we shouldn't go along with the ruling. Because every time he has said something has been against Donald Trump, and everything that he has done has been illegal. Every move he's made has been an illegal move. And
well, that's why when and if they get it to the impartial jury, I mean, not the jury, but court, that they will see and overturn It's just really, it's all about time. It's going to take time to do it. And if you got to go to the New York court, would they actually overturn it? Maybe not. It may have to go all the way to the Supreme Court. So this is going to be, you're going to drag it on and on and on. But at this point in time, though, they can officially say, convicted felon, former President Donald Trump, convicted felon. All right, switching gears from Bloomberg this past day. Quite interesting. The FBI said they have dismantled what is likely the world's largest botnet. An army of 19 million infected computers that was leased to hackers for cyber crimes. The botnet, they said, which was spread across more than 190 countries, enabled financial fraud, identity theft, access to child exploitation materials around the world, according to the statement issued this past day. Other violations tied to the botnet include bomb threats, cyber attacks, likely leading to billions of dollars in victim losses. The botnet was tied to more than 613,000 IP addresses located in the United States alone. What is a botnet? Botnets are created when cyber criminals install malware on computers or other connected devices and harness them for nefarious activities, creating pretty much a zombie army of devices. The owners who are usually unaware of what's even happening. Law enforcement seized internet equipment and assets, levied sanctions against the alleged administrator of the botnet, Yunhee Wang, as well as co-conspirators. Wang, yes, a Chinese citizen arrested in Singapore last week, charged in connection with allegedly deploying malware and creating and opening a residential proxy service known as 911S5. Singapore authorities confirmed the arrest, which occurred based on the extradition request from the U.S. Apparently, Singapore has been working with U.S. law enforcement on this matter since 2022. It started all the way back in 2014, 10 years ago, and relied on a network of millions of compromised residential Windows computers. According to the government, Wang then generated millions of dollars by offering cyber criminals access to these infected IP addresses for a fee. Yeah, we are now awaiting extradition. Yeah, we want them, as soon as possible. Yeah, the FBI and international partners also executed multiple search warrants and interviews in both Singapore and Thailand that could lead to additional arrests. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I figure he could probably care less, but Robert De Niro, they tell us, will not be receiving the award that was slated to be presented to him. The National Association of Broadcasters is rescinding an award that they intended to give to De Niro after his appearance outside the courthouse this week. Spokesperson for the group confirmed to The Hill that De Niro was set to receive the NAB Leadership Foundation's Service to America Award in Washington, D.C. next Tuesday. But they've pulled the award back after his inflammatory remarks about the former president. Now, the NAB said this event is proudly bipartisan, uniting those from across the political spectrum to celebrate the impactful work of local broadcasters and our partners. While we strongly support the right of every American to exercise free speech and participate in civic engagement, it is clear that Mr. De Niro's recent high-profile activities will create a distraction from the philanthropic work we were hoping to recognize. To maintain the focus on service of the award winners, Mr. De Niro will no longer be attending the event. He was scheduled to receive this particular award is the group's highest individual honor and is given in recognition of charitable work and public service. As we've most all seen by now, outside the courthouse Tuesday, he lashed out at Trump, who was sitting through the closing arguments at his trial at the time, saying Trump wanted to destroy New York City and destroy the United States as well as the world. Called him a clown. He said, I don't want to scare you. No, wait, maybe I do mean to scare you. If Trump returns to the White House, you can kiss your freedoms goodbye that we all take for granted. And elections, forget about it. That's over. That's done. If he gets in, I can tell you right now, he'll never leave. All right, Robert, whatever. We got about a minute before news break. So let me jump over one other tidbit here. We were talking about the jury instructions. And now Jesse Binnall, an attorney for Trump, said the judge was clear from the very beginning he was going to ensure a conviction. He made that clear from the scheduling for the trial. He made that clear from the selection of jurors. He made sure that any fair-minded juror was excluded from the jury panel. He made it clear when he conducted the trial and let Stormy Daniels say whatever the hell she wanted from the witness stand. And then the minute the defense witness, Bob Costello, said anything he didn't like, he read him the Riot Act. He made it clear from the jury instructions when he just said it was too confusing to properly instruct the jury on the law and that they didn't need to be unanimous on an underlying crime, which that is absolutely preposterous. Out from the very beginning to get Donald Trump. This was the proverbial, as he said, kangaroo court. And, of course, it's far from over, right? Back to the phones right after a quick timeout news break. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Friday coming on, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Former President Trump has been found guilty in his criminal trial involving hush money. A New York jury delivered that verdict on Thursday. Pending the judge's decision, he may potentially serve up to 4 years in prison. Texas grappling with severe storm aftermath as nearly 200,000 people remain without power following this week's onslaught. The outages, anticipated to persist for a number of days, are a consequence of widespread damage caused by strong winds. The area continues to face threats of hail, wind, and flash floods. The IRS's tax-free filing program will be available nationwide in 2025, according to the Treasury Department. The agency is expanding its direct file program, which saw over 140,000 users in the 2024 tax season, saving an estimated $5.6 million in tax preparation fees. This year, the program was limited to taxpayers in 12 states. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered
Hey, we did share the story last evening about the state of Tennessee, if you'd missed it. Statewide, cracking down on the predatory towing that had been so much in the headlines, especially in the Memphis area. To which, like Braindead said, it's about time. And then this past day, for years, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has spoke out about predatory practices all over the country. And now at the top level, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration plans to hear from stakeholders about what happens when a commercial motor vehicle requires a third-party tow. In a notice that is scheduled to be published in the Federal Register today, Friday, the FMCSA announced they're going to hold a virtual meeting about transparency in fees commercial motor vehicles are charged for towing and recovery services, and that's going to be held on June the 21st. It'll be from 9 a.m. till noon Eastern Time to engage stakeholders, which includes motor carriers, towing and recovery services for commercial motor vehicle operations, and other interested parties to get their perspective on the current industry practices regarding the disclosure of towing fees to the vehicle owners and whether or not the owners made aware of the cost and fees prior to the tow. Back in November, the Federal Trade Commission published a notice of proposed rulemaking which would prohibit unfair or deceptive practices relating to fees for goods and services. All right, a third-party tow, of course, also known as a non-consensual tow. It's initiated by either law enforcement with no opportunity for the trucker to negotiate services or compare prices. OOIDA believes there should be protections in place for when a trucker believes the towing bill has been inflated. Over the years, they've helped their members fight some of these inflated towing bills all over the country. 2015, there was a towing case in New York that resulted in a $154,000 plus bill for an OOIDA member. The bill included a $92,650 charge for the reefer trailer fee. The rate was $100 per hour for 926 and a half hours. That's approximately 38 days. Keep in mind that reefer trailer rental rates in that area are roughly $692 a week or 0.06 cents per mile. All right. How can you attend the meeting if you're interested? The meeting on the 21st will be at the DOT's headquarters in D.C. If you do want to attend in person, you need to register at the FMCSA website by June the 11th. Now, they said up to 50 people will be allowed to attend the in-person segment. There's also the online option. If you're unable to participate in the public meeting, you can submit written comments by going to the regulations.gov website and enter the docket number. They're going to be, again, publishing that in the Federal Register today. Okay, so Rubber Duck on a Friday. How you been?
Oh, wonderful. How are y'all?
Been a while since you checked in, Rubber Duck. Everything going all right?
Yep, been doing good, but probably I've been pulling on an eagle. I've been falling asleep while I was on hold.
Whoops.
No. I'm like everybody else. I'm appalled at what happened. So we're just gonna leave that there. I pulled in tonight to grab my one car that I could get at about 9:30. There's a guy next to me loading, and he's about my age, and I look and I don't think nothing about it. I know who owns the truck that he's driving, and I seen he was having some troubles, and so we talked for a little bit, and turns out that I've loaded cars next to this guy for going on 33 years. His family was one of the small fleet owners out of Virginia Beach. You know, bread and butter mom and pop company. Dad owned it and worked it. The boys came into the business they built it up to 10 trucks at one time back in the mid 2000s, and here he is just like me working for somebody else now.
Mm-hmm.
But it was good to see him, and we got the grill out, and I had Kimmy brought me some hamburgers when I was unloading in town, so we tossed some hamburgers on the grill and talked for a little bit, but it's cold up here. I'm about ready to start the truck turn heat on.
All right.
You're up, put a sweatshirt on. I know about your pool. I think it's 47 up here tonight. But we're talking about that electric truck out there in Utah. So the wind starts blowing. That's going to drop power. Snow falls on top of those solar panels. Well, they're not going to generate heat like the LED lights to melt anything to keep it charged. And that's to save 800 gallons of fuel. I thought there's a sticker on the side of my truck that says 0 emissions at idle. Maybe I'm misinterpreting that clean idle sticker, but I do remember the study of the air quality meters at the Port of Baltimore sniffing the port, and it's throwing the needles off the chart, with all the contaminants from the ships and the trains and the trucks. And they take a DPF equipped truck. This was their selling point. I think it was an international dealer, but their selling point was they took that same meter and put it at the exhaust pipe, and the air that was coming out the exhaust pipe was cleaner than the air that was going in the intake.
Wow.
That was, that was, 2010, I guess, when they were, first starting this rash of stuff. But, I don't know. I'm not a fan of them. I hauled a bunch of electric, full-on hybrid Lexuses that were the golf tournament cars from the Senior Open. And, I don't know. I don't think that they're all they're cracked up to be. They're heavy, and they're touchy, and this automatic braking stuff that they put on these things.
Yep.
I can't, once they've turned everything off for the consumer, me trying to load these things to get them close, they keep throwing on the brakes, throwing them in park. I couldn't even move it on the decks. Yeah, car's smarter than me. I still want to see that Tesla load itself. It hasn't done it yet. So, anyway, everybody have a great weekend. I think in about 10 minutes, I'm getting out of the penalty box. I got to move down the road and get one more car, drop easy, and go back to Detroit and get another load. So, we're blessed this week. Deeply blessed.
All right. So, you got some work to be done, in other words.
Yes, sir. Everybody have a great weekend, okay?
All right. You do the same. Rubber Duck, thanks for checking in. Have a great morning. Casual Friday. Yes, Anonymous Hippopotamus.
No, I guess the Rubber Duck's got to find a way to put those electric cars in neutral and get a winch on his truck and pull them on, drag them on, and get them as tight as they can get them. Put a piece of styrofoam between them so they don't rub. Pull them right tight together. Tighten them right up. But, so anyways, you had a first-time caller there. I believe his name was Jerry. And he said something about a younger generation running USAC cars and that. And I'm just thinking he could take that $60 code and get a little bit of product to put in that USAC car and maybe make it get around the track a little
bit faster. That's why I asked him if he had if he used anything, and I guess he used to race too. So
yeah, so there's a lot more than just the stiction eliminator and the diesel extreme and everyday diesel treatment. I mean, you got your motor oils, you got your engine coolants, and antifreeze coolant, you got your gear oils, you got all the stuff that's made out there for the racing world.
They got a full line. The adrenaline race, the racing line, absolutely.
Yep. And if you got a little bit of high performance vehicle yourself, or even just a good running vehicle, all that stuff can be used in those vehicles too. So you don't have to limit your $60 coupon just thinking that you don't have something out there. But they also got that new product out there for if they're building their own engines, to when they're putting their parts together, they got that special lubricant now to put the parts together on the new vehicles. So anyways, I don't know what your board looks like now, but I actually wanted to try something because the other day I said something in the house there, and it actually made the wife's phone dial a number, and I actually had my phone. I was listening to something, and they were talking about the satellite. You know what they call that the name of the satellite there, and it sounds a lot like Siri. Well, anyways, I want to try something here now. Now, the number we're supposed to dial is 844-844-3388, right?
Correct.
To get a hold of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive?
Yes.
So if I say, hey, Siri, dial 844-844-3388, I just want to see how many Siri phones out there call you, and maybe you'll get a first-time caller out of it, Your Honor.
Oh, boy. You goofball.
That's right. Hey, had to do something for a casual Friday. This show was getting so intense here that I don't know. We cut it with a knife here, but it's been an excellent day. Glad to all the callers. Glad to all the listeners, and glad to Hot Shot Secret to actually have this out here. That we have the ability to do this. I don't know if we can make a difference, but we can at least make each other feel better, right? So anyways, with all that, have yourself the rest of the casual Friday. Enjoy your weekend. I actually get to take the fire truck to the grandson's school today. They got his last day with the field day, and I was originally just going to pick him up and take him home with the fire truck, which how many kids get to have that happen? And but anyways, the principal actually asked me to bring the truck early so all the kids can enjoy it at the field day. So we're doing that when we get done. So we're taking a short day, and we'll be done a little bit after you here. But anyways, everybody else have a good weekend, and we'll see you all next week. And remember, Casual Friday does not mean drive naked.
And we'll make sure that, hey, did you get that message, Scarecrow? Scarecrow got you coming up right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Okay. Real quick, like back at it on a Friday, Casual Friday. And hello, Scarecrow.
These damn new shirts, Steve. You know, these buttonholes on new shirts, they tend to be stiff and undersized. Makes it hard to get in the buttons back in them holes again. I wish I hadn't undone them prior. But now that I've received marching orders from Autonomous there, call them the hippopotamus, I've
button up.
Change my virtues for the rest of the program here anyway. All subject to change. The EV industry. You know, Steve, our lead mechanic up there and that's a Ryder shop, he already told management that the day a EV rig comes in, he is history. And I've watched these guys for years, various shops, fighting the electric gremlins and rigs with these complicated wiring systems and harnesses and such way. I just can't imagine what, like the others talked about, up in the northern climates here where they're blessed with our winter road conditions and such. Way, gosh, the guys currently, they often resort to just replacing entire harnesses rather than, trying to decipher, what the heck is going on with these systems. But anyway, I caught bits and pieces of the program. I think Horse Feathers, their prior call, I think it was A Sum of All Fears was the movie that he was thinking about with Ben Affleck.
Correct.
Some rogue Russians, they got hold of a nuke. I think it came off a Israeli plane, which it wound up being a nuke that we had provided, the U.S. Well, it's kind of a scenario that Trump actually alluded to with Bongino on the program yesterday during the interview, that and he brought up Iran. That was front and center, one of the issues that he will be facing, if and when he gets into office there. So, yeah, it's a very good movie, Steve. If you've never seen it, it's a worthwhile watch. You and anybody else out there interested in action films. Steve, there's another part to the story about the Korean incident there, and that missile warning that went out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you're probably getting tired of hearing this story, but that missile alert that they got actually came out a couple of days prior to that multiple launch, that the North had, I think Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the South Korea, Steve, is actually kind of becoming hardened to all these tests that North Korea is doing and taking place, and majority of those actually are kind of targeted, aimed towards Japan and such. But no, that alert was not in relation to the missile launch. It was related to those balloons with the shish kebab bag, Steve. And all Stewie can figure out is, those that caught them on radar or such, or however it was figured out what was going on, those in charge really didn't know how to report it to the public or make it known, given the options on their computer programming and such, that they put it down as a potential missile attack on the South. And so, yeah, it went out as a potential missile attack on South Korea, to the masses. But so no, that will be the end of that story, Steve. I promise not to lay any more on you about that. A lot of my reports, they do involve the senior pro boy. Well, his younger brother, he also has his battles that he deals with, being a supervisor in a union shop, good sized shop at that. There's challenges, to say the least. Now, he sent me a picture yesterday. First, I thought, well, that'd make a good boat anchor for that super fisherman from South Carolina down there. But this is a 25,000-pound boat anchor, Steve. Now, it originated as a $140,000 ring gear for the turntable on one of their shovels. But one of the dutiful union employees took it on himself to override the programming in the computer for the machining and speeded it up and proceeded to make scrap, out of that rig gear. So yeah, as I say, there's trials and tribulations. Nothing will come of it. The union will fully cover ahead of his back, and it'll get passed on. Much like a few months back, I reported there were a couple sabotaged the electronics to a couple of new machines. That led to several $100,000 of outsourcing manufacturing process, tooling and such. So, yeah, the world of the union, well, I better not. We don't want to ruffle too many feathers on a casual Friday.
Yes.
We can say that for next week. We're going to leave the week at that and prepare for the weekend. So we'll do it again in a couple days, right?
All right. Safe travels. And, yeah, you can, of course, give us a full update if Stewie has any developments over the weekend, right? Okay, happy Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. 76 in Fort Wayne, 79 for Sterling Heights today. Okay, warm it up a little bit as we get ready to do it again. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights, Michigan, and back again. Have a great weekend from Truckin' Phil, Semper Fi. And there is Steve in Columbus. Good morning, all the listeners out there. Here we are. Friday morning, looking forward to the weekend ahead. Hoping for a slow, no plans kind of weekend. But we've got everything ready for the day. Time to head into town, see what the day brings us. Hopefully better news than yesterday. Everybody enjoy the day, enjoy your weekend. And thanks for listening in. Truckin' Phil, Steve there in Columbus, Ohio. Of course, some folks are not anticipating a slow, nothing-to-do weekend. A lot of folks are going to be heading to Indianapolis, right? Like the Hot Shot Secret crew. For the Outlaw Diesel Super Series and the UCC. That's the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge. I know Kyle's there. They'll be starting their day here in fairly short order. Things get underway, I believe, at 10 a.m. this morning. You got the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, that dynamic partnership between UCC and Fireprunk, bringing back the exhilarating Outlaw Diesel Super Series, and they say they're ready to make 2024 the biggest year yet. Year after year, they've been shattering records there in Indy, and this time they're looking to surpass the incredible mark from last year where they had over 300 tech cards sold. Coming up tonight, there's nothing quite like the intoxicating aroma of burning rubber in the evening air and the return of the Wrenchworks Burnout Pit. This year, they say we're taking it up a notch by opening the floor to both gas and diesel enthusiasts. So, yes, tonight, Friday night, promises a smoke show that is bound to black out the moon. Of course, fans of the dyno, they'll be getting ready for the thrilling opportunity. Just how much horsepower can you unleash? So they've got a class for every enthusiast there. A lot will be happening. That's 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. As I said, Kyle's there, Matt's there, Mr. Steinmetz. Probably several others. Make sure to stop by the Hot Shot Secret booth. I'm sure they'll have some special deals for you there. And with that, have a great weekend. Be safe out there. Come back and join us at the midnight hour, Sunday night into a Monday morning right here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I